Chris Lopez is running a few minutes late, but we're going to start the 9 o'clock Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with the exception of Supervisor Root Askew, who is absent today. And as mentioned, Supervisor Lopez will join us shortly.
And any additions or corrections to the closed session agenda for this morning?
No, Chair.
Okay, before we go into our closed session agenda, I wanted to recognize Carver County, Minnesota Commissioner. Here we call him County Supervisor, but Matt Uderman. We want to give him a round of applause to welcome him. Thank you. Appreciate you visiting Monterey County, and wish you the best on your tour today here. This morning, on our closed session agenda, we have numbers 1A through F. This is a time for the public to make any comments on our closed session agenda. I don't see anybody coming forward in chambers. Anybody online this morning? Really? Okay. All right. Then, seeing no public comments, we will then recess and we will go into closed session, and then we'll be back at 10:30. We're going to call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency now. Madam Clerk, we call the roll for the record.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with the exception of Supervisor Root Askew, who is absent today, and Supervisor Lopez will be joining us shortly.
Any additions or corrections on this agenda?
No, Chair.
Okay. Let's go to any public comments for items. We only have one item, item 1A, and this is a time for the public to make any comments on this item. Seeing none, we will then recess on this agenda as well, and then go into closed session. We will be back at 10:30. Thank you very much.
This is Richard. I'm doing a test of the audio levels in the Zoom English for the BOS on November 7th, 2023. So testing 1, 2, 3. This is November 7th of the year 2023. And we are testing the audio levels on the Zoom English. When this is just a test of the audio levels. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is November 7th, doing audio testing for volume levels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. All right.
Testing the mic. Wendy Root Askew, testing the mic.
Mic 5, mic 5.
Mic 3, Mary Adams, testing the mic.
Mic 6, mic 6, mic 6.
Clerk's mic.
Mic 8, mic 8.
Mic 10, mic 10.
Wireless 1.
Wired mic 12, wired mic 12.
Is this staff 1 on the right? Staff right. Staff left, staff left.
Public mic testing. ADA mic testing. Wireless mic 2. Test.
You got him? Yeah, perfect. Oh, he made it. Right on, man. Javi, Jack Murphy here? Jack Murphy? Oh, perfect. Can you lead us in the pledge in a bit? Thank you. There he is. All right, good morning, everyone. We apologize. We were delayed in closed session, so we will reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting, and we'll call the roll. Madam Clerk.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with the exception of Supervisor Root Askew, who is absent today.
Thank you very much. You got 4 out of 5 of us. We will go to the announcement by our Spanish interpreter, Diego Celis.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, eres intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Diego. Now, today, we are going to have a special ceremony because we are celebrating this weekend our Veterans Day. And so I wanted to ask Jack Murphy of our Monterey County Military and Veterans Affairs Office to come lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If we could all rise for the pledge, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murphy. Madam Clerk, we'll go to additions or corrections.
Yes, there is one. There is a correction to item number 24 under the 1:30 p.m. scheduled matters, and that is a revised board report was received.
All right, thank you very much. And now we will go to ceremonial resolutions. These are items on the agenda number 2 through 10. Do any colleagues want to comment on any of these items? Do any members of the public want to comment on any of these resolutions that we will present in just a bit? Okay, seeing none, then we can bring this back for motion. Moved by Lopez. Is there a second? By Adams. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, the motion carries 4-0. Okay, so I will go forward to present the first batch of resolutions. And if I could get a mic, please. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Jack Murphy to come up and join me once again. Then we're going to present a few resolutions to honoring some of our dedicated leaders in our veterans community here in Monterey County. But this first resolution, it reads, recognizing November 11th, 2023 as Veterans Day in the County of Monterey, and honoring the service and sacrifice of many veterans who have safeguarded our country, and to recognize the veterans organizations who have in turn served those who have served us. And this resolution that we just approved right now reads, throughout our nation's history, brave men and women in uniform have answered the call of duty to defend and protect our freedom. The County of Monterey is home to approximately 19,500 veterans and their families who have formed a vital part of our communities and our workforce. County residents have served in the conflicts around the world, including World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan, to name just some. Veterans have often faced challenges in transitioning to civilian life, including a lack of adequate support from their community and recognition for their service. County veterans continue to serve the community, including through the American Legion, Veterans of Foreign Wars, Disabled American Veterans, and other organizations dedicated to service. The County Military and Veterans Affairs Office provides advocacy, assistance, and services designed to enhance the lives of Monterey County veterans and active military personnel, their survivors, and their families. So therefore be it resolved, the County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all our residents, recognizes November 11, 2023 as Veterans Day in the County of Monterey and honors the extraordinary contributions and services of veterans and veterans organizations. So with that, we want to present this resolution. Let me see. Javi, could you help us find the right one? We'll pass the mic to Jack Murphy, meanwhile. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I spent 21 years in the Army. I've got a lot of close friends all over the country, all over the world. I can say with the utmost honesty that Monterey County is a special place to be a veteran. Fort Ord, the VA clinic, the active duty installations at the Presidio, and also the Naval Support Activity, Fort Hunter Liggett down there in South County, the support of the communities, the support of our elected officials is without match. I stay in contact with friends of mine who tell me, how do I get my claim done? How do I get veteran support? How do I get the basics that we as veterans in Monterey County almost take for granted? And all of that is because of this unique environment and the unique support. I'm grateful to the Board of Supervisors. I'm very, very honored and proud to receive this resolution on behalf of the veterans of Monterey County. There are a lot of you in the room today. If you're a veteran, raise your hand. We got some in here. I see that. Thank you. And again, I couldn't be more proud. So thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And we want to ask you to stay here as well. Thank you, Jack Murphy. We're going to honor some lifelong veterans because we wanted to pay tribute to their lifelong commitment to service, not only in the military, but now serving our communities. The first one, I'm just going to recognize it. He couldn't make it here today because he is taking care of his wife, who is going through some medical procedure. That is our chairman of our County Military and Veterans Affairs. That's Sid Williams, as we all know him and love him. Sid, we want to just give you a special shout out. He was born in Missouri and spent his youth following his father and his mother as a child, as a career soldier, an Army brat. After attending college, he enlisted in the United States Army in early 1966 and began his service with basic training and infantry advanced individual training at Fort Ord here in Seaside, California. He served 18 years in Special Forces, and 11 of those were spent overseas. Soon after completing all his specialized training, Sid Williams was deployed to serve multiple tours in Vietnam, Thailand, Okinawa, Korea, Germany, and several other nations around the world. After his retirement, Sid Williams worked in real estate and property management, spent 5 years as a planning commissioner for the city of Monterey, and 5 years as a member of the Marina Coast Water District Conservation Committee. And he continues to support fellow veterans in his role as chairman of the Monterey County Military and Veterans Affairs Advisory Commission for the last 14 years, and is a lead organizer for the annual Veterans of the Year Awards ceremony. So therefore, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we want to commend Sid Williams for your selfless hard work, dedication to all veterans and active duty service members and their families here in Monterey County. If we could give Sid Williams a round of applause for that recognition. And we'll make sure Jack could take that to pass that on to him. Next, one of our great heroes among our veterans community, I want to call up Mr. James Bogan. If we could give him a big round of applause, everyone. James has been battling some health problems recently, but he still keeps going. He doesn't ever lose his energy or his passion to help his fellow veterans here in Monterey County. James Bogan attended high school in Selma, Alabama, and later attended college at Alabama A&M in Huntsville. He enlisted in the United States Army in January 1962 and served until his separation in September 1983 for a total of 21 years. After retiring from the United States Army, he was active in many volunteer organizations, including American Legion Post 591, Retired Enlisted Association 55, Veterans of Foreign Wars, Disabled American Veterans, Central Coast Veterans Cemetery Foundation, Fort Ord Veterans Cemetery Citizens Advisory Committee, and the Board of Directors of the Veterans Transition Center. But there's more. James also served as chairman of the County Van Program from 1996 to 2001. He was elected State Commander of Disabled American Veterans from 2002-2003, and president of the Retired Enlisted Association, and the past president of the Monterey Bay Veterans. And there's many more things he has done for veterans. But most recently, he continues to support his fellow veterans as a member of the Monterey County Military and Veterans Affairs Commission, and is one of the lead organizers for our annual Veterans of the Year Awards that just took place last Friday. And it was really well attended and well received by the community. In his spare time, James likes helping veterans and enjoys his evening with his wife, Doris Bogan. And so therefore, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Monterey wants to honor James Bogan and commend him for his selfless hard work, dedication to all veterans, active duty members, and their families here in Monterey County. With that, we thank you for your exemplary service in your lifetime. Thank you. James, you want to say something? A couple minutes here.
One thing we just like to remind everybody, if it wasn't for veterans, you wouldn't be where you are now. So don't forget us.
James always reminds us of that. Thank you for helping us keep it real. Next, I want to call up another good friend of mine, somebody who we've known a very long time. I want to recognize Dan Presser for his distinguished dedicated service to veterans of the County of Monterey. If you could come on up, Dan. Thank you for being able to join us after all. Thank you. So Dan was born in Texas and attended Tulane University in New Orleans and Michigan State for graduate school. He is a Vietnam-era veteran and enlisted in the United States Navy in 1969 until his separation in 1975 as a Navy journalist and broadcaster. That I did not know. Dan served as a commander of the American Legion Post 41 during the most challenging of times, and he assisted with the restoration fundraising for the Sloat Monument sculpture, which was built in honor of Navy Commander John Drake Sloat and is currently located at the Presidio at Monterey. He regularly attended the Fort Ord Veterans Cemetery meetings to be an active voice in the vision and development of the future cemetery for veterans at the former Fort Ord. Dan Presser continues to support fellow veterans as a member of the Monterey County Military and Veterans Affairs Advisory Commission, and has volunteered for numerous years as the MC for the annual Veterans of the Year Award, which he did a really splendid job last Friday night. Dan is a former referee also for high school and college level football games, and enjoys traveling around the world, doing photography, running, and also staying active. So Dan, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, and all our residents, we want to honor you and commend you for your selfless hard work, dedication to all veterans, active duty service members, and their families here in Monterey County, and we applaud you for your tremendous service.
Well, thank you very much, Supervisor. Just want everybody to know that there are quite a few people on this board that have helped the veterans, and we really appreciate it because we need all the help we can get. So thank you very much for all you've done. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you for coming here today. Good to have you. I know you almost didn't make it because you had a procedure as well this morning. Last but not least, we want to thank another outstanding veteran who is finishing his tenure on the Monterey County Military and Veterans Commission. We want to call up Mr. Sam Daniels for his distinguished service to veterans of the County of Monterey as well. Javier, you want to help him? And we get Jasmine to take the photographs. Thank you, Sam, for joining us today. Sam Daniels was enlisted in the United States Army in March 1953 and served until his separation in June 1975. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a total service of 22 years in the military. Sam Daniels continues to give back to his community and is always the type of individual who steps forward to volunteer when needed. Sam has probably served the Monterey County Military and Veterans Affairs Commission and the Fort Ord Veterans Cemetery Citizens Advisory Committee for 15 years, and now is stepping down from that role on the Advisory Commission. Sam is a member of the Salinas Veterans Day Parades from 2011 to the present, and he has volunteered as a cook at the Palo Alto VA Medical Center Thanksgiving and Christmas dinners since 2008. Sam was put in charge of purchasing and preparing food for the Monterey County Veterans Stand Down since it started. Sam has also been the chairman of the American Legion State of California Homeless Veterans Commission from 2007 to the present, and he planned and prepared nonprofit dinners, breakfasts, and for veterans groups and their families from 2005 to the present. Sam, it is therefore our honor on behalf of the Board of Supervisors to honor you and commend you for your selfless hard work, dedication to all veterans, active military service members, and their families here in Monterey County. And what a lifetime of giving back to your fellow veterans and their families, sir. We salute you today. Thank you. I don't want to say anything. You don't want to say anything? A few words? Well, we're going to present you with that frame. Yeah, and then maybe if we get all our veterans and our Board of Supervisors, if you want to join us to take a photo with all these awardees here today. Sam didn't want to say anything, but Sam, thank you. Really tremendous work you've done for our community.
Thank you, guys.
James, you want to sit here? Stand here in the middle? You want to get your resolution? Okay, get the resolution. All right. Give him a big round of applause, everyone. We appreciate all these outstanding veterans. I want to ask Tony Verretta to come make an announcement of this weekend. We got a few Veterans Day events, but we got a big one here in Monterey County. If you could just invite the public on behalf of all the organizers.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. We're going on a 13th annual Veterans Day Parade this Saturday, and we're tracking to be over the top with enrollees. Last year, we had about 80 participants. As of this morning, we have 140 participants to be in our Veterans Day Parade because it's landing on a Saturday. Open to the public. Monterey County, our supervisor attended every year, and it's coming out and honoring our veterans who served and those who are serving, and especially those service members who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country. So come on out and celebrate with us Saturday. Opening ceremony is at 1 o'clock at Salinas High School, and at 2 o'clock we kick off the Veterans Day Parade right on down Old Town Salinas, right there from Salinas High all the way down to the Steinbeck Center. So come and visit with us, our supervisors, and I ask other supervisors, please join our parade if you'd like. It's open to the public. Thank you all. We'll see you Saturday.
And how many people in the
Oh, gosh. Last year, one of our pilots is on our parade committee, the CalStar. He estimated about 25,000 people last year in Old Town Salinas. This year, we're tracking over 30,000. So it's a great injection of people. I've talked to every one of these business people, and if you don't got some sort of hot dog, hot chocolate thing going on, you're missing out that day. But come on out. It's a real big parade, about 6 people deep. So if you really want to get there a little bit early, bring a chair, and prepare. So about 30,000 people in Old Town Salinas. It'll be a great day in our community for our veterans. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony, for inviting the public. And it is the largest event on the Central Coast, if not in Northern California, for sure, without a doubt. And we want to thank all the sponsors and all the community for coming out and showing love and respect to our veterans, as it should be. Next, I want to invite my colleague, Supervisor Church. He has a special presentation to make to the staff and the youth of Rancho Cielo.
Before we do that, Mr. Chair, could we make a few comments on Veterans Day and our folks here? So I want to thank every one of our veterans who's here today. Friday, I had the opportunity to attend that Veteran of the Year dinner, and I never leave that event feeling anything less than 100% of pride and joy, but most importantly, gratitude. Our veterans are the people who stepped up to serve, but when they came home, they didn't stop serving. And we have to continue to serve them because they give back. I can tell you, as I reflect on my youth, they were my coaches, they were my teachers, they were those people who continued to create the social fabric that creates real community, not just the word in the 4 borders that create a city, but the actual fabric that makes us matter to one another. It starts, in my opinion, with our veterans who've given so much and continue to give. And that celebration of their commitment and their contributions to our community is uplifting. So I want to thank you all for your role in making that happen. I always enjoy the banter. I know it's not Wake Up Vietnam or Good Morning Vietnam now. I know it's Good Morning Alaska, but we have a lot of fun and at the same time recognize those people who continue to give. And I see so many people in this room who've won that award, who wear that medal. And as we come into this Veterans Day this weekend, I will be there with you at the parade, but know that I'm with you every single day, as I know every member of this board is. We've got your 6. Thank you for all that you've done and continue to do.
Yes, Mary?
Thank you very much. From the bottom of my heart, I appreciate it, and I thank the veterans so much. And I want to make another comment. As the awards were being given, I was looking at our kids, that's an unfortunate term to use, the men and women from Rancho Cielo, and I was watching the interest on their faces as the veterans were speaking. And I want you to know what an impact your life has on all of our lives. And as I speak to our Rancho Cielo people, I want to suggest maybe you should think about the military as an opportunity. And I would think that every one of the people that are sitting here today and the many veterans that we have in our community would tell you that it's a sacrifice worth making. So with that, I thank so much all of the veterans and the work that you do. The feathers that you spread around our community are unbelievably broad and bright and beautiful. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think this is on. Yes.
It is on.
Thank you. So just before I do the resolution for Rancho Cielo, I also want to just really express my gratitude. You veterans, you're the bedrock of our community, bedrock of our nation, and that we all owe you a deep, deep, great gratitude for all your great service. So thank you. So who's here? For everybody from Rancho Cielo, why don't you guys just come on up here? And you're all equally a part of this. So we know Rancho Cielo as a place that's known to give opportunity and futures to people who don't always have a real clear path in the future. But this is something really special because this is a little bit different. It's really recognizing the Construction and Sustainable Design Academy at Rancho Cielo, which is, from what they have already accomplished here, is something really, really special. And so I'm going to read a little bit from this resolution, and then I'll let whoever's here to speak. So this, whereas Rancho Cielo has offered opportunities to Monterey County youth facing challenges in comprehensive high school settings to earn a high school diploma, along with rigorous vocational education, counseling, and life skills development in a safe and affirming environment since 2004. And whereas, in addition to the Construction and Sustainable Design Academy, Rancho Cielo offers vocational programs including ag technology and mechatronics, auto and diesel repair, welding and fabrication, the Drummond Culinary Academy, the Silver Star Youth Program, and youth corps. And whereas the Construction and Sustainable Design Academy offers stackable certificates in construction via a nationally recognized curriculum while building small, healthy homes, emphasizing sustainable construction practices. And whereas the 847 square foot next generation healthy modular home prototype named Nexus 01 is the epitome of healthy living, with every feature meticulously crafted to create a harmonious living experience that blends comfort, high-end style, and environmental responsibility. And whereas the Construction and Sustainable Design Academy at Rancho Cielo was the only high school and occupational school among a group of 15 university architecture and engineering schools competing in the Orange County Sustainable Decathlon. And keep that in mind, the only high school and occupational. These competing against university students. This is what I find just really impressive. Whereas Nexus 01 took 3 second place and 5 first place awards across 10 categories in the Orange County Sustainable Decathlon, leading to the distinction of overall champion. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County of Monterey Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the county and all residents thereof, hereby recognize the students of Constructional Sustainable Design Academy of Rancho Cielo and their mentors and supporters for their success at the Orange County Sustainable Decathlon. They need a really good, loud applause. Yeah. This is really a Mr. Magnificent award. So I'm going to present this. I don't know anybody in particular I should give it to. I'll give it to you. Hold for the moment, Pete.
For a minute.
And Chris, do you want to
first, and the students should speak.
No, this is most suiting, and Supervisor Church, want to thank you for the recognition and all the Board of Supervisors and this entire community for supporting Rancho Cielo and these young people. This was an absolute miracle. This was a journey for us. The accomplishment is beyond what we ever could have imagined, but it's well worth it. As you can see, we were the underdogs. Everyone told us this couldn't be done, but here they did it, and it really is all about them. And I want to honor all of our youth and all the students from Rancho Cielo. Let's give them a big round of applause. And I want to thank, this truly was a community effort, and I want to thank Pete Scudder from Scudder Solar and Roofing, was our advisor chair on this entire effort, and worked tirelessly to make this happen for our group and for the young people, and Bill Hayward from Hayward Lumber, and I'm hoping you get to hear a little bit from them, and then one of our students. So, Pete, thank you very much.
You're welcome, Chris. Yeah, it was quite an endeavor, just how this team pulled together, the synergy with working with these students. Ed Bennett, who led the crew and kept everybody engaged. You think about it. We took this high school, vocational school at the East Hills of Salinas. We built this house here at Rancho Cielo and broke it all apart again and transported it down to Orange County. You had to build it in 7 days. We had jurors going through there, and inspections going through there, and these students had to present all the pieces to the project. They championed it. They were on time for everything. They did their schoolwork down there at the same time. I get choked up just thinking about it. They worked their tails off, and they came out with a win. Can you believe that? The 15 universities, engineering universities throughout the world here. One from China, one from London, the other ones throughout the States. And these guys did it. They made it happen, and just so proud to be part of the team and the success of it. And Glenn, thank you for your support and the Rancho Cielo and bringing us to the board. And the board, thank you for your support and this resolution. Appreciate it a lot.
Talk to the students. Names and say a few words if you want.
Hello, my name's Josué Cisneros. I'm one of the guys here on the student team, and I'd just like to say thank you for the recognition and this resolution from behalf of the student team here. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Julieta Mendoza. I'm a student at Rancho Cielo, and we'd like to say thank you for this resolution. We are really proud of to be part of this, and it was just awesome being also the only girl in the team. And thank you a lot.
Ed Bennett, the vocational instructor. Thank you, supervisor and supervisors. It's really about the students. They really grew quite well. They learned to speak in front of a crowd, which I'm not real good at. Like Pete said, they were very overwhelmed to get these awards. So I appreciate everyone. Thank you.
Bill Hayward, Hayward Lumber. I'd like to briefly put this accomplishment into perspective. These are high school students, and they accomplished amazing things. They changed my life and the opportunity to work with them. But they're high school students, and they set out to solve problems that Monterey County faces. They didn't set out to win. They wanted to win, but our problems are affordable housing. And the example that they built is an example of healthy, energy-efficient, and affordable housing that high school students build. This is the future of housing. It's cost-effective. It's the future of how we can build in the county. So often builders say, well, I can't afford it. It's too complicated. I say, high school kids did it. And they brought it home to Monterey, for Monterey. And really, I travel the world. This house is the best built system, the most affordable that we've seen anywhere, and it's in our backyard.
Glenn, and before we take the photo, can we have the other individual students just at least introduce your name, say your name, as you're all very important people those who haven't introduced themselves.
Hello, my name is Benito Zavala.
Hello, my name is Edgar Carrasco.
Hello, my name is Severiano.
Hi, everybody. My name is Kevin Cacho.
Good morning to everybody. My name is Juan Jimenez.
All right. There you have it. Yeah. Squeeze in, everyone. And then some of my colleagues want to make some additional comments. All right, congratulations. I think we're going to go to some of my colleagues for additional comments to recognize Rancho Cielo. We'll start with Supervisor Lopez and then Supervisor Adams.
First, I want to say congratulations. I had an opportunity to visit you guys on site and see the unit about 2 weeks before you guys sent it south. And I was already extremely impressed with it. I saw a little bit of stress on everybody's faces because there were some real deadlines coming up. But you guys got there. And I think the most important thing for me that I want you to carry out of this experience is when somebody tells you you can't, make them a liar. You've done it, and you can continue to do it. You face more barriers than most of us in this room will ever see in our life, and you've proved a lot of people liars. Keep doing it, because you're capable of anything. I want one of your houses on my property. Right? Visiting that thing, feeling that cork on the sides, the investment that Mr. Scudder, Mr. Hayward, and your company's made in the materials, but more importantly in the students and their future is incredible. But the work done by each one of you, you've proven everybody wrong. So, you know, when I think about champions, when I think about that word, I think about growing up watching TV and seeing people win a big race in the Olympics or the World Series, and they always ask them, what are you going to do next? Do you remember what that answer was, Mary? It was always, I'm going to Disneyland. Right. Now, I heard a rumor that you guys are champions because you went to Disneyland after winning. Am I right? All right. So in my mind, you're champions. Keep proving them liars. And just lastly, I also want to give a shout out to ex-supervisor Phillips, whose vision has created this ranch with all of the partners who've made it happen. No one does it alone. It's a community effort, but you guys are the champions and the ones we're celebrating today. So congratulations, and I hope you got Mickey Mouse ears. Passing it on.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all of the effort that you put in. I just can imagine the growth that each one of you acknowledges within yourselves that you experienced from this opportunity. I think, as Chris had said, a couple of things, but particularly, show people that they are liars is one thing, but just make sure when you look in the mirror, you realize what you've done. And keep your backs as straight as you can because you've really earned it. I hope that you'll have great opportunities ahead. My expectation is every engineering school in the country is going to want to come after you, which is really one of the things that will make such a huge difference in your lives. I was awfully happy to find a box of Kleenex up here today because I needed it. You just have completely touched my heart. I had breakfast with Bill Hayward a couple of weeks before the competition, and I wish you could have heard him talking about you and heard him talking about the project. It was so moving to me to hear him speak just randomly about what this meant to him, what it meant to you, and what it meant to the future of the world at looking at sustainability. With all of those things in mind, I just want to say thank you so much. It wasn't easy for you, I know, and it wasn't easy for your families, I'm sure, but you did it, and you really showed everybody what you've got. Don't ever lose that. Thank you so much.
Oh, this one's on. And before I go to our next presentation, I also want to take an opportunity to really commend Rancho Cielo, a really special place that we have here in Monterey County, as Supervisor Lopez said, originally envisioned by our former colleague and retired Judge John Phillips on a county property, but he made that a special place about hope, about never giving up on our young people of our community, and it wouldn't be possible without the generosity for the community, the many donors, the many fundraisers, the many talented teachers and mentors who believe in our young people. They know that you're a future, and to see you excel and represent our county in this fashion really makes us very proud. So we couldn't say how proud we are of you, and we want you to keep focused on your education, but keep going as far as you can and get a good career and profession, or whether it's in engineering or in the building trades or in any other career you choose. Just be the best that you can in whatever you decide to do in your life. And you got the support of your elected officials of your county, maybe even come work for the County of Monterey. We'd love to have you as part of our family as well. So with that, we give them a last round of applause. Rancho Cielo for representing us well. So we went from our veterans to our young people. Last but not least, we're going to call up Gloria Rivera Perez. We're now going to recognize, she's our social services project manager, but this resolution is recognizing November 2023 as National Family Caregivers Month in the County of Monterey. And this resolution reads that in 1965, Congress passed the Older Americans Act, which provides guidance and funding to states to give help to caregivers. This November 2023 is proclaimed as National Family Caregivers Month. This year's theme is Caregivers Connect, which highlights the importance of connecting with other caregivers for support, information, understanding, and solidarity through shared experience. The County of Monterey acknowledges the significant challenges and sacrifices that caregivers face who ensure the health, safety, and well-being of their relatives and their loved ones. So therefore, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we want to present you this resolution. And also recognizing the Department of Social Services, the members of the In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee, to proclaim November 2023 as National Family Caregivers Month, and to honor the incredible commitment, dedication, and sacrifice of family caregivers. So if we could give her a big round of applause, everyone, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair Alejo. On behalf of our IHSS recipients, providers, and also the staff that work in the Aging and Adult Services Department of the Department of Social Services, I just want to thank you and say I'm very happy to accept. So the In-Home Supportive Services Program in Monterey County serves over 6,000 recipients, and that would not be possible without our dedicated caregivers in our county. So thank you.
Okay, last but not least, in the same theme, if you could stay up here, we want to call up also Rita Rangel. Rita, is she here? Okay, she might not have made it. Okay, we're going to just read this for her because she is actually the County of Monterey's 2023 In-Home Supportive Services Provider of the Year. There are more than 90 million family caregivers in the country, including 5,500 in-home supportive services caregivers in the County of Monterey. The County of Monterey recognizes the dedication, compassion, and sacrifice of care providers who ensure the health and well-being of those needing care around them. After providing in-home support services for a family member, Rita Rangel was inspired to extend her caregiving skills to complete strangers in need, modeling what it means to be an IHSS caregiver on the County of Monterey's Public Authority Registry. Rita Rangel is recognized for going above and beyond for in-home supportive services recipients to whom she provides care, specifically helping those recipients navigate through the difficult stages of grief during the loss of an emotional support dog. The Board of Supervisors, on behalf of our residents and the Department of Social Services and members of the IHSS Advisory, do hereby recognize and honor Rita Rangel as the 2023 In-Home Support Services Provider of the Year. And we'll give that to you. If we give her a round of applause wherever she is, to thank her for her exemplary service. And we'll take a photo. No hat today. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, that's it, everyone. We're done for today. All right, everyone. You don't have to stay, but we're going to move on with our meeting. If you need to leave, this is a good time to do so. So thank you for joining us. And to all the recipients, we salute you. Thank you very much. Rancho Cielo, all our veterans, and our IHSS workers. Okay, we're going to appointments. These are appointments 11 through 19. And I know number 11 we need to designate our colleagues for the primary and the alternate.
So I'll move all the appointments with the designation of you as the primary and Supervisor Askew as the alternate for CSAC.
Second.
Thank you very much. To continue as we have been. Any comments from the public on the motion on items 11 through 19? Appointments. Seeing no public comments, we'll bring this back there's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against, motion carries 4-0 unanimously. We'll now go to consent calendar. These are items numbered 30 through 66, quite a few items there. Do any of my colleagues want to pull or speak on any of the items, 30 through 66? Supervisor Adams, I see you're looking this way.
I'm just sort of nodding my head around because I think there had been a message asking us to pull item number 54. But I'm not pulling that myself. I just know. Okay. Oh, I think
Item 54, you want to pull that just for discussion or?
I do not. I wanted to ensure that it was pulled. I don't want to pull it specifically.
I think Nina Beatty.
Oh, we'll have the community members speak next to it.
Got it.
Yeah, no problem. Any other colleagues? Seeing none, then we'll go to the public comments on any of the consent items. And we could go to Nina Beatty if she wants to speak first on that item 54.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I wanted to speak to the proposal to actually retroactive granting of using Starlink, Elon Musk's SpaceX Starlink, to provide internet access. This is the latest in a series of harmful proposals in this county, which are subsequently approved. Elon Musk's Starlink has caused so much damage, starting with the damage of nearly weekly rocket launches to place these satellite batches into orbit. The rocket launches cause ozone destruction. There are large ozone holes by the radical emissions, the pollutants, and other processes, including the deorbiting shock wave, causes ozone destruction, and the injection of black soot carbon, water vapor, and other chemicals into the stratosphere and alumina not only block ozone replenishment, but also traps the Earth's heat, causing global warming. These short-lived satellites, only lasting 3 to 5 years, require frequent replacement and rocket launches. Climate worsening and extreme weather may be partially due to the impact on the magnetosphere with the microwave and lower frequency emissions that have now been detected. The damage from the satellites themselves, including the long-lasting air pollution, the ruining of the nighttime sky with their light pollution, the interfering with radio astronomy with their emissions, and the overcrowding of orbits causing collision risks, including Kessler syndrome. Starlink is used by the U.S. military for war, and a recent joint exercise in New Mexico resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of birds. The damage, like the April launch in Boca Chica of SpaceX, at Vandenberg, we don't even know the extent of damage there from the launches, explosions, leaks, and the vehicle traffic. The burning and fallout of debris, dust, and chemicals that we're breathing that's falling out in the soil and in the ocean. The microwave radiation everywhere, blanketing the earth, harming all creatures, and birds and insects especially. There's no safe place to live. And at what
Thank
price
you very
of
much.
internet? People move.
Thank you. We'll go to the next speaker on consent agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll speak on this item. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board. You know, that's an interesting take on what Elon Musk is doing with Starlink. In fact, for the life of me, gosh, that's kind of loud. For the life of me, don't understand why we haven't been more aggressively pursuing options. I know several of you are involved in expanding internet access in rural areas, especially for folks that on an income level maybe can't afford some of the, I pay $100 a month for my Comcast internet connection. I know a lot of folks can't fit that into their budget. Yeah, some folks pay more if you're in a rural area. So I hope we would approach Starlink as a possible solution to some of the internet access issues we have in Monterey County. Believe me, putting in trenches and fiber optic cable, that's a very expensive, very lengthy process. I know they're thinking of doing it here in Salinas. Maybe that'll work. I saw Starlink down at the reservoirs a couple weeks ago on a tour. The Granite Rock construction crew working on the spillway was using it because there's absolutely no access down there. You don't even have cell access down there. I can appreciate people's concerns, but I think the science should prove that out. I don't think just people raving about it is necessarily should be really seriously considered. Starlink's been used in the Ukraine to help. It's being used, I believe, Elon provided it for civilian use in Gaza recently during the war effort there to help folks who were obviously being, a lot of things happen. Obviously. So I would hope that this county would approach Elon Musk and Starlink in a proactive way to try and solve our internet access problems, especially for disadvantaged communities who really could use the help. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else on the consent agenda in chambers? Seeing none, anybody else online?
Yes, phone number ending in 705.
Yes, is this concerning public comment or Starlink?
This is consent calendar. We will go to general public comments next.
I see. Okay. Well, I do have a comment for Starlink, and I think we need to take very seriously Nina's comments on that. She does extensive research, and we have harmed ourselves enough by all these technologies. We are now 1 in 3 people have cancer all over the world. I mean, it's, and it's acceptable. It's everything is acceptable. And it's time we really put a brakes on technologies that are harmful to us. And this is one that we need to deeply, deeply consider and not just say, oh, we don't have access, so we need to harm the whole world. And so that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing no further public comment, we'll bring this back to the board. Item number 20, to consider approval of consent items 30 through 66. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Adams. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Lopez. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, motion carries 4-0. Now we will go to general public comments. This is item 21. These are comments for anything not on today's agenda. We will allow up to 2 minutes from the public. And we'll start with those in chambers first, and then we'll go to those online.
Sorry, Bill Light, Monterey County resident. You know, flags up here on the dais. I've said this before. I really think only the American flag and the California flag and our county flag should be up on the dais. The Ukrainian flag, to me, and this is just my opinion, represents a lot of death, a lot of destruction, a lot of displacement, millions of people displaced out of the Ukraine, a failed mission across the board. You know, we should be focusing on issues here in Monterey County. I understand this, you know, the resolutions today were very nice. I think it's ironic that we were recognizing veterans of our country, and we've got a flag up there for a country that's not even in our part of the hemisphere. It's cost us billions and billions of dollars. It could have been spent here. It could have been spent on veterans, which I would fully support. There's going to be no elections in the Ukraine in 2024. Mr. Zelensky is on record as saying he doesn't think it's appropriate in wartime to have an election. So much for defending democracy, because they haven't had elections in many years. They have no opposition political parties. They have members of the church being arrested and jailed. Churches shut down, which is never a good thing, regardless of the situation. And it's on record. A recent Time article, I recommend all 5 of you go read it. Wendy's not here, but go read it. There's a lot of corruption. This country's been destroyed, and we're going to be asked to pay hundreds of billions more to rebuild it after we've destroyed it. So I would appreciate that flag coming down. That's just my opinion, and I hope the board would see that through. Thanks.
Next person. These are for items not on today's agenda. Go ahead, sir.
This is comments that have nothing to do with your
Yes, yes. General public comment.
Public, okay. My name is Chandler Rowland. I'm a Marina resident. In the 2022 MST annual report states the Project Surf bus program would connect Salinas and the Monterey Peninsula up to 15 minutes faster than the existing Route 20 express schedule. Upon recent questioning, an MST employee states that between the Marina and Sand City transit stations, the new 2 bus lanes would save 10 minutes in travel time. In saving only 10 minutes in travel time will cost a possible $100 million in tax dollars, grant funding, and destroy 6 miles of environmental landscape between the Marina and Sand City transit stations. The present MST Surf project is a perfect example of continued misleading data that supports long-term political friendships, labor influence, 650 jobs, granite rock pressure, and possible political voter approval from affected passenger riders. In my opinion, the severe negatives of the Surf project far outweigh the stated 10-minute travel savings for passengers with or without ownership of vehicles. Other alternatives are available. Please reject the Surf project. Also, in regards to Vietnam, I was drafted as a 23-year-old in the armed forces, and then I volunteered. I was in a job where I could volunteer for Vietnam at age 40. I spent 18 months there, and it was a real mess. And the problem is that the people that we lost 58,000 58,000 members, and the people who got us there, they got off free.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. Next person.
I know it's rude to wear a hat indoors, but this is a little special. Yesterday I was at the VA, and the 5th person since I've been wearing this hat recognized 8th Infantry Division, 2 who were in 8th ID and 3 who were stationed elsewhere in Germany and recognized it. The guy yesterday was stationed in a quaint little town called Vilsek. Boy, so much better than mud and slush of bomb holder. And Mary, I agree with your sentiment. I just, one caveat, recruiters lie. I just have a comment and a request for next year. The comment is it is really nice that this is being taken serious, Veterans Day is being taken seriously, as it has been in the past, because we've got a lot of veterans in the area, a lot are banged up, and a lot deserve some credit. There's an entity across the street that I didn't see anything about Vets Day on the agenda for tonight, so it will find its way on public comments. The request is next year, if a couple other veteran-heavy organizations could be included, Veterans for Peace, and the Monterey County Peace Coalition has a lot of veterans involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, Board of Supervisors, you mentioned me earlier, but I wanted to take a quick minute to say thank you for welcoming my visit. My name is Matt Uterman. I serve in a similar function in the state of Minnesota in the county of Carver. And as Minnesota Nice goes, you're welcome to come anytime you want. I don't know that I'd recommend it in December, January, February, March, or mosquito season, but you're welcome to come out. In the short time that I've been here, I've been able to sample a lot of your community and what I'm calling a best practices mission, hosted by Rod Franks. He used to lead our Health and Human Services Department in Carver County, so very familiar with our culture, very familiar with our systems, and in over a year being here, familiar with your culture and your systems. 2 jam-packed days full. We've had a chance to meet with supervisors. We've had a chance to meet with the parks folks. We've had a chance to see enterprise funds and the use of those funds. We've had a chance to tour your coastline, see some of your cities, your people. You've been very welcoming, and I'm inspired by some of the stories. We're on a pace to do a number of things that you're doing. We're on pace to be the first county in the state of Minnesota with 100% fiber broadband, which does open up a lot of things for a lot of residents, and it comes with its share of complexities, no doubt about it. We're tackling things that some of our communities don't have the luxury of getting ahead of and upfront through addressing where does that first-time homeowner or that first-time school teacher making $42,000 a year, where does he or she live? Where does our service workers live? And so I'd like to thank you for making your staff available, your time available, podium available. And before I depart, I recognize from the role that I sit in that you're in a point of service for your community. And I know every one of you cares about this community. And I think it's super special when you have leaders that not only take that care and compassion, but they do something with it and have an impact in your community. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Matt Uterman. We want to welcome you here. Thank you for coming and visiting our community, our county, and various departments. And I hope we could stay in contact, but I wanted to ask us to give him another round of applause for coming to visit us. We want to welcome you here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next person. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, supervisors. I'm Eloise Shem, and I wanted to comment about I wanted to commend the building professionals, the carpenters and builders, as we see the Rancho Cielo youth are so talented, but a lot of people don't realize it in the building. My family has builders, my sons are builders and carpenters, and you know, they work really hard. Sometimes they don't, it's a dangerous job. They don't get enough proper medical insurance and other kinds of benefits that other trades get, and they work 7 days a week. So, you know, Another thing that I wanted to do is give a little bit of a plug, since I'm on the Historic Resources Board in Salinas, for the Mills Act, which is kind of in a precarious position. There are a lot of historic buildings here in Salinas, and I think since we have so much talent here, people should be aware that they can restore their properties, their historic properties here, and get a tax benefit through doing that. So I wanted to inform people of that.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in chambers? If not, we'll go to those online.
Phone number ending in 705.
Yes, good morning, supervisors. If I get disconnected, it seems to be happening periodically at your station there. Supervisor Church has spread wrongful information about the magnificent eucalyptus trees, leading to the disastrous action to cut down all eucalyptus trees in Monterey County. Let me tell you some good things about eucalyptus trees. They are great pollinators. Cypress, Monterey pine, and oak trees grow beneath them, as is proven at the Grove opposite the Naval Postgraduate School. They actually prevent fires, as was proven at Angel Island when a brush fire scourged the island and couldn't be stopped until it came to the last remaining 6 acres of eucalyptus trees. The eucalyptus trees create more oxygen and take in more CO2 than other trees because of their large trunks and leaves. Eucalyptus trees are a very valuable asset to our community and to global warming. We should thank them for the role they play in alleviating climate change. The 200 eucalyptus trees that Supervisor Church advocated to be cut down created at the Elkhorn Slough created 52,000 pounds of oxygen a year. Now all that's gone. And 400 tons of CO2, a potent greenhouse gas, was released into the air as a result of chipping and all the pollutants that those trees harbor and store in their mighty trunks. They're all released now into the atmosphere. So next time you look at a eucalyptus tree, thank it for all the wonderful things it does to our area. And please, Mr. Church, educate yourself in truth and spread knowledge truthfully. What you have created is eco-terrorism of the worst form. And from a supervisor and all of you that allowed this to happen, shame on you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next person.
Phone number ending in 902.
This is Nina Beatty. I want to make several comments. One is on the recent town hall meeting, supposed town hall meeting on the battery storage facility. This was not a town hall meeting. It was a parade of speakers. The public was shut out on a topic as critical as the battery storage dangers and risks to the Central Coast, including risk to our energy production. The battery storage facility is right next to the energy generation for the entire county. And yet we, the public, were invited to witness speakers, including Senator Laird and Assemblymember Addis and various county officials who did not even answer questions that were put to them on paper. We were only allowed to put questions on paper and submit those. There was no time allowed for anything other than the industry comments, including PG&E comments to the public. I'm wondering if that the allowance or the disallowance of the public, the grant of $1 million is payback to the county for allowing for doing that stage managing. This was the eucalyptus destruction that is underway now. I question if these are actually areas that people, including maybe government officials, want to develop, and this is just an easy way to do it. The science has been clear. I have spoken to the board when they, Elkhorn Slough wanted to eliminate groves at their state land. This is public land. How CDFW falsified photo simulations and also provided incomplete data, and no one would listen. In contrast to what one of the public speakers said earlier, I do extensive research on these issues, and my interest is in
Thank
science,
you very much.
not on opinion.
Thank
So
you.
I would ask.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Okay, we will close general public comments. We're going to recess the Board of Supervisors to take up these smaller agency agendas. We're going to move quickly through these. We're going to call to order the Pajaro County Sanitation District. If we call the roll, Madam Clerk, for the record.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present with the exception of Director Root Askew, who is absent today.
Any additions, corrections?
There are none.
Okay, any general public comments on the Pajaro County Sanitation District? Seeing none, we'll go to consent calendar. There's only one item. This is approved financial assistance grant to the Department of Agriculture. Seeing none, any public comment on this item? Now I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Moved by Lopez, seconded by Church. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion carries 4-0. We're going to adjourn the Pajaro County Sanitation District. Now we will convene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Madam Clerk, you call the roll for the record.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Root Askew, who is absent today.
Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Any general public comments on this Monterey County Water Resources Agency agenda? I see one. This is for items not on today's agenda.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Bill Light, Monterey County. Over at Schilling Place, there's a lot of meetings for the Water Resource Agency. They have a Reservoir Operations Advisory Committee meeting. They recently had a Basin Management Advisory Committee meeting. Lots of taxpayer money was spent on that facility, not just to purchase it, but to also upgrade all the HVAC systems, all the audio video stuff, the furniture. I think you have a gym over there. They've been having a lot of problems over there with the audio video. And I understand, and I know it says on this agenda as well that Zoom is a convenience. So it obviously is if you want to make a public comment. I think it's always best to show up if you can or write a letter. However, the water agency a number of years ago went to what they call action minutes. And those action minutes are really just the briefest of minutes. And the thought was, well, you can always go back to the video archive to see exactly what was said. Now, at this meeting on this last Wednesday, I think it was Wednesday, at the Basin Management Advisory Committee, those that were attending on Zoom, I wasn't planning to make a comment, but we could not hear anything that was being discussed. We could hear the presenter who was next to a microphone, but nothing else. So the public record is being tainted here. We can't go back from the action minutes and actually determine what was discussed. And it was a robust discussion on the status of the water in the Salinas Valley, which is very important, despite what some people might think. So I would hope that you take these audio video issues into account and make sure that the two rooms that aren't behind locked doors are always available for public meetings, because sometimes we've got to go to the cinnamon room, which requires us taking an escort through the locked doors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, we will close general public comments. We got one consent agenda. We got one scheduled matter. Let's go to consent calendar. Any comments on this item from the board? See none. Any comments from the public on consent calendar? See none, we'll bring it back for a motion and a second. Moved by Lopez, seconded by Church. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, please say nay. Motion carries 4-0. Now we have a scheduled item, just to receive a progress report on the Interlake Tunnel and San Antonio Spillway Modification Project, and provide comment and direction to staff as appropriate. And we have Amy Woodrow, Senior Hydrologist, Environmental Resources and Hydrology.
Yes, good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Amy Woodrow. I'm joining you on Zoom today. I'm going to share my screen for a few slides to step through this progress report on the Interlake Tunnel. And as introduced, we'll have this progress report today with update on this project and an opportunity to provide comment and direction as appropriate. I just wanted to provide a very brief refresher on the Interlake Tunnel project for anyone who may not be familiar with it. At a very high level, this proposed project consists of construction of a tunnel between the Nacimiento and San Antonio reservoirs and an increase in the elevation of the spillway at San Antonio. So those two components together is what is considered the proposed project. There are a number of benefits to this project that have been discussed, ranging from impacts to how flood waters are managed, groundwater recharge, benefits related to the hydrologic balance of the groundwater basin as a whole. And then in addition, impacts to recreation, hydroelectric production, and environmental flows for maintaining fish and wildlife habitat along the Salinas River. I wanted to focus my update today for you on what has been going on this year in 2023. I did visit you earlier in the year, shortly after we had concluded the public comment period for the draft environmental impact report for this project. Since then, there has been ongoing work both with agency staff and our consultant team to respond to the comments that were received on the draft EIR. In addition, in May, agency staff and consultants initiated work on an updated historical benefits analysis that will support some of the deliverables for the Interlake Tunnel project. I will get in a little more detail about that in my next slide. But I also wanted to, mention that we have been working with stakeholders and doing engagement related to this updated historical benefits analysis. And also in September of this year, there was some forward motion on the funding that had previously been allocated for fish screens. That money through CDFW has been redirected for dam safety projects at Nacimiento and San Antonio dams. When I last spoke to you in the spring, there was some uncertainty about the availability of that funding, and it has been secured and now allocated for those dam safety projects. And then finally, the remaining kind of ongoing tasks are focused on completion of deliverables for the DWR grant that is funding this work on kind of the initial development of the Interlake Tunnel project. Those deliverables are due at the end of this calendar year, so that is staff's primary focus right now. I wanted to take just a quick moment to give you an update on this historical benefits analysis. It's something that is supporting a draft engineer's report for the Interlake Tunnel. A historical benefits analysis is an attempt to quantify the hydrologic and flood control and economic benefits of existing, in this case, Water Resources Agency projects. This document does serve as a kind of a building block toward developing a draft engineer's report. The current HBA, or historical benefits analysis, that the agency had was conducted in 1998, and it included only a quantification of benefits related to construction and operation of the two reservoirs. That work predated the operation of the Castroville Seawater Intrusion Project and the Salinas Valley Water Project. So what we're doing with this update right now is kind of a first cut at an update that will then evaluate the benefits of all of the existing and operational agency projects. Again, it will feed directly into a draft engineer's report for the Interlake Tunnel project, which really provided a means and an opportunity to do this first update. The agency envisions doing future refinements and updates to a historical benefits analysis type of document as the need presents itself going forward, perhaps as there are new projects or as a way of evaluating different ways to look at costs and benefits throughout the basin. So this is just kind of a subset of what's going on with the tunnel. And again, not, the outcomes of this HBA are not directly driven by the tunnel project, but we did have the opportunity to use the grant funding to do this work. So in the next, couple of months, we will be providing a draft engineer's report and then these other deliverables to the Department of Water Resources in response to the grant that we have. All of these tasks are being funded by the approximately $800,000 that is left from that initially $10 million of grant funding from DWR. So the grant funds are covering all the tasks, including, you know, response to comments on the draft EIR and all these other items we've discussed today. So that concludes my update on this progress report. I'd be happy to answer any questions or receive your comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the update. We'll bring this back for questions or comments from the board. Anyone? Supervisor Lopez?
Just a comment that I appreciate the insight. I know a lot of this work typically happens behind the scenes, and it's important to get it out there, especially the habitat plan. I know that that is key and critical for us on the Salinas River and how we move forward in addressing some of the challenges that we experienced last winter. But we have to start at the bottom and work our way up, unfortunately, as we've learned with a lot of the federal agencies being unwilling to work with us on solutions without that work. So I appreciate staff's continued chipping away at those requirements to get us to a position where we can improve our outcomes. And on the updates overall, appreciate the consistency, and thank you for always having the latest information for us when we call and ask, and also when we call you to the full board. It's appreciated.
Thank you. Anyone else? We'll go to members of the public, and then final comments from the board.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Bill Lipe, resident of Monterey County. Thank Amy for the report. I think you've assembled a really good team over there at the Water Agency. You know, it's there's been some strife over there. There have been 4 GMs in the last, I don't know, 5 or 6 years. I've attended a lot of meetings over the years, and you got a real professional group over there that wants to do the right thing. They're very limited on resources, obviously. Kudos to them for, and ERA, I guess, the GM, for getting the $17 million reallocated for badly needed and way overdue maintenance repairs. This project has created a lot of consternation up and down the valley. I think it's now sufficiently, I think you got a problem if you ever want to push it forward of getting a 218 passed. Nobody south of Gonzales wants to pay for it. And if that's the case, then you need to weight the vote towards the northern landowners, and they don't want to pay for it. So maybe that's the best for everyone, is just to get what needs to be done so that you don't have, you're not on the hook for $10 million to pay back to the state. And there are other projects out there. There's a seawater extraction barrier project being looked at by the Salinas Valley Basin GSA that I think is a very interesting project. One that is, as Steve McIntyre said, is drought resistant. They do it in other parts of the world, in Israel, the Middle East, Abu Dhabi, Saudi Arabia. They're producing hundreds of thousands of acre feet of water on very small footprints. So I would encourage you to really put this one on the shelf and look forward to new and better projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? So you know what, further public comments? Nobody's online? Okay. Got one person online?
Phone number ending in 705.
You may unmute yourself.
Yes, I have a, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes. Concerning this project and water in general, people don't realize that trees are the one thing that create water. In Costa Rica, when they were cutting down all their trees, they lost their rainfall. So they called in scientists from all over the world to study the problem. And they found out, you're cutting down your trees. So they rebuilt, they replanted, and now they have rainfall. So you in this county are cutting down. Yeah, what?
You need to speak to this item.
I am speaking to this item. This is about water and building a tunnel. And yeah, no, but I'm correlating why we don't have water here in this area. And one of the big reasons is because we're cutting down all of our trees. And trees create rivers of rainfall in the sky. And you need to educate yourself about the role they play so you don't have to build these tunnels. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? No. Okay, we'll bring this back. I just wanted to thank staff for the presentation. Obviously, water projects in the state of California take such a long time to get through the bureaucratic process. And I think we've known what we need to do in terms of water storage capacity. I hope that we could get some support in the future from our federal and state government. But I just wanted to point out there was one glimmer of hope about expediting projects for water storage in California that just was announced, I think, yesterday, and that was on the Sites Reservoir. After years of delay, after money being allocated in Prop 1 back in 2014, that was approved by the voters to actually create a new dam in California that we haven't had any since the late 1970s, even though our population is twice as large now. But the Sites Reservoir, which is about 75 miles north of Sacramento, once built, could provide annual needs for up to 3 million California households. So I just wanted our staff to look at that new legislation that expedites that project. It was under Senate Bill 149 that allows the governor to fast-track infrastructure projects with only the stroke of his pen. And that also fast-tracks a process for legal challenges as well. So I just want to see whether any of our projects, when they're ready, could be eligible for that type of expedited approval process under that new legislation that the governor utilized for that water storage project. And that's all I would say on that. Anything else from the board? Seeing none, I don't know if this was just to receive a progress report and just to provide any comment or direction. So with that, we don't need any action. We'll deem that that report received. Okay, we will then recess. We will recess back to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. We'll reconvene the board, and we're all here for the record, so we will, besides Supervisor Askew, so we'll go to item number 22 to receive a presentation on the County of Monterey Prop 47 grant program. A voter approved the initiative from November 2014 that reduced felonies to misdemeanors specified for low-level drug and property crimes. We have a presentation by Melanie Rhodes, Deputy Director of Behavioral Health, and Philip Sherwood, Behavioral Health Services Manager.
Yes, good morning, Chair Alejo, members of the board. I'm Melanie Rhodes, Deputy Director of Behavioral Health, and with me today is Phil Sherwood, who is the Behavioral Health Services Manager overseeing our Prop 47 grant program. We're delighted to be here to provide an overview of the program, services, and also the outcomes that have been made possible by this funding. I'm going to go ahead and get us started and then pass it over to Phil. First, briefly to orient everyone to what Prop 47 is. Prop 47 was the voter-approved initiative from November 2014 that reduced some specified low-level drug and property crimes from felonies to misdemeanors and required 65% of the savings to be set aside annually for the Board of State and Community Corrections, also known as the BSCC, to administer a competitive grant program to fund public agencies like behavioral health to provide mental health, substance use disorder, treatment and/or diversion programs for justice-involved individuals. It also required at least 50% of the funding received to be passed through to local community-based organizations to provide these services. And we are exceeding this requirement. It is estimated that at the end of Cohort 3, which will be in June of 2026, we will have had about 72% of this funding going towards services provided by our community-based organizations. Some of the basic program goals are to reduce alcohol and drug use, reduce recidivism, and increase overall functioning of the program participants. And the eligibility criteria is pretty straightforward in that an individual just needs to have been arrested, charged, and/or convicted of a crime and have a history of mental health and/or substance use disorder by their own self-report. Here in Monterey County, we intentionally sought to use this as an opportunity to expand services in the South County region, which we know is a historically underserved region of our county. So we added a third criteria that individuals had to be either current or former residents of South County during the past 5 years. Behavioral health has received 3 $6 million grants for a total of $18 million, and we are currently in cohort 3, which started in February of this year. Now I will pass it over to Phil to talk about the focus of each of these grant cycles and share about the outcomes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to present and provide an overview of the Prop 47 grant program, and be able to really just share the amazing work and successful program that this grant has helped to fund. So starting with cohort 1, which we entitled No Zip Code Left Behind, Addressing Inequities Through Collaborative Partnerships, that ran from July 2017 through July 2021. This was really focused on the building of the service infrastructure and collaborative relationships, outreaching to the community about Prop 47 grant-related services, and identification and outreach to Monterey County residents who may have been eligible for Prop 47 reclassification petitions. Cohort 2 began in August 2019 and ran through May of 2023, continuing the path to healing and transformation through collaborative partnerships. This was really the continuation of building that infrastructure of grant services and emphasis and focus on building a network of collaboration and interconnectedness between partner agencies. We also began a public awareness campaign with radio spots, community billboards, postering, and we did some service expansion and included housing resources and support during cohort 2, and also a creation of a coordination team across providers to better support client experience and system navigation. Important to note that we really experienced minimal impact to grant services from the COVID-19 pandemic. This is really testament to the original program design and also to all the partner agencies in that we were able to provide services with minimal adjustments and be able to continue to provide services, business as normal. This is not the case for many of the grantees across California who, due to their their program design, were not able to continue to provide services as intended. So in this picture, there's a picture of one of the billboards. There were a total of 4 billboards, all within city limits in the cities of King City, Greenfield, Soledad, and Gonzales. So based on the final evaluation from cohort 2, we have an understanding of who we have been serving. So 75% Hispanic Latino, 72% male, less than 60% have completed high school or less, 36% unemployed, 23% homeless, with an additional 15% in a family or relative home, 47% reported prior convictions, and 18% reported to be on probation and/or parole. So we're currently operating in our cohort 3, which began in February this year, runs through May 2026, advancing transformative healing and interpersonal growth through collaborative partnerships. The focus of our current cohort is really on the collaboration and enhanced integration of the service providers and services, the continuation of those services that we know now are working well, and with a particular emphasis on the program evaluation to really support the sustainability of the grant funded services going forward. So this slide indicates the key partnerships that we have had throughout all of the cohorts of the grant, along with behavioral health. Our current partnerships are the Sheriff's Department, who we have an MOU to provide to behavioral health arrest data that we use for our evaluative purposes. MILPA, who provides outreach to the community, linkage to our Monterey County Public Defender's Office, as well as some service delivery components. The Public Defender's Office, which is helping file petitions for post-conviction relief. And the Housing Resource Center, which is providing housing support, counseling, and linkage to independent permanent housing solutions for some of our clients. So what behavioral health has been doing is services have been provided by existing Monterey County behavioral health treatment teams throughout all regions of the county. We also have a specific Prop 47 clinician that provides assessment and linkage to individuals meeting the eligibility criteria and manages a small caseload of clients as well. And from August 2017 to February 2023, 450 Prop 47 clients were served by Monterey County Behavioral Health. SunStreet Centers is our largest recipient of these grant funds, providing the most services, thus serves the highest percentage of the clients. Sobering Center opened in December of 2017, outpatient and residential treatment shortly thereafter in King City, and the sober living homes in King City as well. This slide is a picture of our Sobering Center. This serves adults 18 and over, referred by law enforcement agencies as diversion from jail. This is for first offender DUI and public intoxication charges, staffed always by an alcohol and other drug counselor as well as a medical assistant. From December 2017 through March 2023, over 1,500 individuals had been served. That number is today 1,672 individuals. So that's 1,672 times that an individual was diverted from a jail stay, provided a safe place to recover, and be directed to needed services if indicated or desired. Most frequent law enforcement agency users have been the Salinas Police Department and the California Highway Patrol.
I just want to let people know the court employees are having a rally, so that's who they are. They're having they're having their voices heard.
So SunStreet Centers in King City has a beautiful campus there. I'll talk about that in a few minutes. They provide outpatient and residential drug and alcohol treatment, SUD treatment, utilizing evidence-based treatment, trauma-informed practices in all of their programs. They're also leveraging drug Medi-Cal funds to help fund the programs that they're doing in addition to this grant funding. From July 2018 to March 2023, 404 individuals were served through the outpatient program. It's also a residential program there, 22-bed co-ed residential treatment program. More than 300 clients have been served through that program to date. And in cohort 2, we introduced a new position, which was a discharge counselor position. This position is somebody with lived experience, actually somebody that was a previous recipient of grant services who now works at intake on providing a safe discharge plan that's in support of their housing and recovery goals as well. So here's a picture of the campus before and after in King City. This grant award really provided the seed money that enabled the ability to leverage other funds, most significantly SunStreet Center's ability to purchase a dilapidated hotel right in the center of the city of King City and really transform it into a treatment campus facility. For those of you that have seen the campus in King City, you know what a beautiful transformation has occurred there. And for those of you who have not, I encourage you all to do so.
Is that true, Chris?
Very true. Supervisor Lopez has definitely seen the campus. Yeah. Here's some other pictures of some more of the campus. Prop 47 funding helped to fund the multi-purpose room. This was, it gets hot in South County, and families need to visit with their family members that are there on site. And so we created this for that reason and a number of other reasons: group therapy, physical activity, as well as some other things. And then there's also the picture of the sober living homes that are on site there, and that is funded, the stays are funded by Prop 47. We also have an intensive transitional housing program, which we are about to roll out for Cohort 3, which is a collaboration between the Sun Street Center Sober Living Environment staff and our Housing Resource Center staff to really provide wraparound services for particular individuals that need some additional support to be able to have a successful transition into independent living. So I'm hoping to be able to update the board on that in the near future. As required, we're required by the BSCC to do extensive program evaluation. For that purpose, we have contracted with the Institute of Community Collaborative Studies, the California State University, Monterey Bay. They are in charge of data collection, data reporting to the BSCC, and conducting evaluative review of grant programs and services, which culminates into a comprehensive evaluation report, which is published by the BSCC. It's public record. So from the evaluation for Cohort 2, we have some participant outcomes, which I'm excited to let you know about. The impact on recidivism in particular. We were able to demonstrate a reduction in arrests of participants by 57%. And also only 7.7% of individuals were convicted of a new crime. Just in comparison, the 10-year state average and understanding of recidivism is 50%. So diversion, that 676 number to the sobering center, is duplicated clients. So our calculations determined that that saved at least 1,000 nights in jail and avoided of arrests and diversion to the sobering center. 403 received post-conviction services. You can see on the right there, number of petitions filed, 430 Prop 47 reclassifications, over 1,000 dismissals, and then new to Cohort 2, which is why the numbers are smaller, but the adult sealings of records and the reduction of charges, felonies to misdemeanors. 50 clients at the end of Cohort 2 had received housing supports. The number of individuals in independent living more than doubled, and 28 were in permanent housing. That number is more now. And also the reduction in the number of homeless individuals from 19% to 6%, and 70 received employment support. Some other system outcomes. Reduced the regional inequity by assuring access to behavioral health and AOD treatment. Prior to the project, provision of services in South County was severely limited, and 79% that received case management services self-identified as Hispanic or Latino. This program has actually been singled out by the BSCC along with 2 other counties as being able to significantly engage the Latino population with better efficacy than the rest of the grantees in the state. And so the BSCC did a number of focus groups and interviews of our staff, participants, and agency staff to really get to the bottom of why are we doing that better in comparison to the other grantees. We are waiting for the full report to come back from the BSCC, but we're excited to see the outcome of that report. I think the biggest thing about what we've been doing with this grant is we've changed how the system works. We created a collaborative network of services with providers that traditionally were working in silos, creating an innovative intervention combining social work and public health approaches to address public safety issues, and also bolstering the service capacity by transforming the physical infrastructure and facilitating service provision in the community. Some things that are new for Cohort 3, like I mentioned, the intensive transitional housing program. We also included into the Housing Resource Center budget moving and move-in costs. And across all of the partner agencies, we added in funding to create partner agencies to be able to provide food vouchers to clients experiencing food insecurity, as well as providing transportation support for those who are needing that. So that concludes my presentation today, and I thank you again for taking the time to learn about the Prop 47 grant program.
Thank you very much. Good presentation, and the numbers really showing that the work is making, and the grants are making an impact tremendously in Monterey County. So that was eye-opening for me, so really appreciate that. I want to open up further comments from the board. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I just want to give a deep appreciation to everybody who plays a role in making this happen, from the folks in front of us to the partners out in the field. When we talked about creating this program, we did it with a lot of intention. We were very intentional about who we were reaching out to and why we chose South County. We used data to make those decisions, and it was really driven by gaps. It's one thing to say what you want to do, and it's something else to pull it off. So BSCC's call out of this program and its success in addressing a specific population, which was our intent, is something we should all be extremely proud of. But most importantly, I have to say the work's not done. But most importantly, beyond that, it is that our communities are seeing that change and that difference. We are feeling those results in the community. And so your work has paid off for us, who often feel unseen, and it can't be a single thrust. Often we hear from new nonprofits and agencies that say, we're going to address South County. And they come down for 1 year and say, oh, budgeting dried up, thanks. We'll see you guys next go round. This program has been consistent, and the importance of that consistency to our families, knowing that that resource is available, knowing that it's consistently present in our communities when the need arises, is one of those things that you can't put a number on. But I can tell you that the feeling, right, the kids call it the vibe, is real. It's a real feeling in our communities that a difference has occurred. And it's happened because of the work that you've put forward, often quietly, and it's something that needs to be called out. So from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of the communities I represent, thank you for undertaking this challenge, for being successful in that work. Know that we see you and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and the numbers really are really amazing, especially the recidivism rate. And I was just wondering, is there a plan to continue to follow up to be sure that that number stays firm? Do you reach out to the clients after they've been gone for a while to make sure that they're holding steady?
Yeah, we have a process for that. We are one of the biggest evaluative pieces from the BSCC is recidivism. They have their own definition of recidivism, which is new convictions 2 years after ending of services. So we are in partnership with the Public Defender's Office and the Sheriff's Department gathering data. So we don't have to reach out to the clients. We can find out whether or not they have been rearrested and or convicted of a new crime, which is what the BSCC is looking for.
Thank you.
We also have a local definition of recidivism, which is looking at arrests post services. And so we are looking at both.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Church.
Just briefly, I want to commend you on your report. I like how it's focused with clear goals at the beginning, and at the end you lay down the hard results out of that. That's always a nice thing to see, that connection, because then we know the money, the effort, the resources that have gone into something, we can just see the results, and I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you. Any comments from the public on this report? Okay, anybody online? Okay, one person online. Allow it to 2 minutes.
George Villa.
Georgie Villa.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is George Villa. I'm the Policy and Programs Manager for MIPA. Before I begin, I just want to also honor the veterans for their courageous and hard work they do for us here in Monterey County and beyond. This is more of a comment rather than a question, but I also my colleague and I work at the Sun Street Center with with the coalition of the Prop 47. And, you know, as I just wanted to echo what Philip was saying, a little bit of what Supervisor Lopez was saying, was that there is a lot of intentionality behind this, especially bringing back those that have been impacted by the war on drugs. As we know, that era took out a lot of fathers from the family, and it really disrupted a lot of families, which is what we're having to deal with nowadays. But I just wanted to share of like the importance of how, you know, we're changing the system through a way that's racially and culturally responsive to the needs of the vulnerable population. And, you know, as Philip was talking about earlier, was that we had to sort of bring this coalition of social workers, you know, public health, those with the lived experience, and those that have skin in the game, especially in South Monterey County. And, you know, working with populations, with those that have been sort of incarcerated for marijuana, things that are now legal, right? It's important that we center their voices, and you know, given that this has been research and data led, you know, spending time with them every week at Sun Street has been really amazing, but it's also comes with a lot of burden. So having to listen to people and their experiences, but also from a lived experiences, and having that opportunity to transform ourselves is what's been working for us. Lastly, I'll just share that, you know, I appreciate the staff. I appreciate everyone at Sun Street that has also the lived experience, because there is a lot of work to do, but is that we are learning from the past mistakes and moving forward with the more open heart, evoking emotions and spirit. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, we'll close public comment. We'll bring this back. I just want to really thank you. The one question I just had was just on the cohort demographics. Didn't have age on there, so is it if you just,
Yeah.
can you break that down? Is it a younger population or is it a mix?
Yeah, we've just been serving 18 and over.
18, but you know, are they like 18 to 24 or mostly being served, or?
18 to whatever, yeah, just adults. Okay. Adults with the, you know, that meet the eligibility requirement.
But I appreciate the approach and monitoring to show the community how this program is working in our county, and to avoiding the jail nights by being able to benefit from the diversion programs that have helped, you know, these folks not be repeat offenders, but then also providing the housing and the employment supports. I think it's like that wraparound services to help them be successful and learn from mistakes they made. So I want to really thank that comprehensive approach that everyone has taken to make this be successful in our county. So with that, if there's nothing further, we will deem this report received. Thank you very much, and we appreciate it. I want to ask our board, we have one more item. Do you want to push that off to 1:30, or you want to try to get this out in the next 10 minutes? This is the activities of the Auditor Controller's Internal Audit Division.
They've been waiting so long. I'm just wondering how long the presentation would be expected.
Okay. You good if you keep 10 minutes?
Yeah. 15.
We keep it at 10 minutes if possible. And thank you for your patience. This is item 23. This is a report from James Lamb, Deputy Auditor Controller, Internal Audit Division, and Rupa Shah, our Auditor Controller for the County of Monterey.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Alejo, members of the board. Good afternoon. It's good afternoon. We are between the lunch and
You're right.
all. And yes, our item is short, and we will try to even expedite further. So thank you very much for having us. Your board approved our internal audit work plan in last year, May 2022, for fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24. So we are currently in fiscal year 24. And while we are working on existing planned projects, which are continuing to be worked on, we do have a plan to identify additional new projects and prepare a new work plan to bring forth to the board for approval in the future. But in the interim, we wanted to just share an update on our internal audit work and activity so far. So I'm really pleased to share that our 2-member internal audit work team has made strides in implementing the work plan that was approved. James Lamb, who is the Chief Deputy over the Internal Audit Division in my office, will share the status of various reports, various projects, at a high level. And then I want to point out that our internal audit activity report, which is attached as Attachment A, has full details on the status of each and every work plan that was in our work, each and every project that was approved in the work plan. So with that, I'll pass it on to James, who will go over the status of the projects, and then we are happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. Just want to get straight to the recap. The Internal Audit Division's work is divided into 3 primary responsibilities. Number 1, we conduct in-house internal audits to improve county operations and promote accountability. Number 2, we assist county departments with procuring and administering external audits. And thirdly, we ensure that special districts comply with state regulations regarding financial reporting and that county departments adhere to certain financial policies. So to recap, we've been working away with implementing the audit work plan for the last year and a half. So for in-house audits, we've been able to accomplish 4 things. First, every county in the state is required to verify that cash and investment reconciliations have been performed by conducting these quarterly reviews. We had some staffing constraints, so we were behind in terms of getting these reviews done. But we're all caught up, current as of now, and working on the last quarter's review. Secondly, very recently, back in August, we completed an audit to ensure that the franchise fees paid by Waste Management were accurate and timely. As a result, just a few weeks ago, the Environmental Health Bureau was able to recoup nearly $472,000 in underpaid fees and late fees. That's going to support our waste diversion programs. These funds are in addition to $133,000 in overcharges that have been refunded back to customers as a result of the audit. Thirdly, we completed an audit of Lake San Antonio's cash handling procedures. We've seen in the last years, recreational activity has been very low, and even though they were low, we did notice like up to $1 million in transactions occurring annually at that lake. With current levels bringing back a lot of recreational activity, this audit was timely to ensure that we're able to improve our cash collection procedures and help mitigate the risk of the possible risks of loss and misappropriation. And lastly, we just recently started on a series of TOT audits. In total, we're auditing about 5 hotel properties in the county to ensure that the taxes paid by the hotels were accurate and that they adhere to county ordinance. For external audits, we also made a lot of strides during the past year and a half. First, we wanted to ensure that our office, as well as county departments, can obtain audit services in a timely manner. So we worked with contracts and purchasing, county council, to issue an RFP to establish a pool of pre-qualified vendors to provide as-needed auditing and consulting services. So right now we have a pool of 8 pre-qualified audit firms that we can tap into when we need to. So secondly, we were able to use the as-needed audit pool to help WRA secure an audit firm to determine if Monterey One Water has been adhering to the agreement provisions pertaining to expense reimbursement and reporting. And we're also helping WRA in overseeing the audit engagement itself. Thirdly, on behalf of the CEO's office, we secured an outside firm to audit a Homeland Security grant. This audit has made some important recommendations to improve financial record keeping, inventory management, and reimbursement processing. Earlier this year, actually, we helped Public Works with procuring an outside audit firm to perform post-construction audits of the juvenile hall and jail addition projects. We also help administer these audits, which were required by the state. In our last area of service, we provide compliance review and monitoring. First, we make sure that special districts are submitting their financial audits and budgets on a regular basis to the county auditor as required by state code. Compliance isn't guaranteed, but we monitor this activity and we provide support to special districts that are trying to comply. And then secondly, internal audit helps oversee the 100 or so petty cash and change funds that are used by county departments. In this role, we evaluate their requests for establishing or modifying or replenishing these accounts, and we monitor the change fund shortages and overages. So with that, I conclude this very brief summary of internal audit activities in the past year and a half. We plan on submitting these types of activity reports to the board every year. So thank you for your time and support.
Thank you very much. Any last comments, Rupa?
Quickly, I want to acknowledge Environmental Health Bureau of Health Department's efforts in coordinating to promptly follow up on our audit findings and recommendations, working with the waste management in helping recoup that $472,000 that James identified earlier. And I also wanted to very quickly point out the couple projects that were part of our work plan but have been deferred, which are identified in our Attachment E activity report. And very quickly, one is Waste Management Phase 2 audit, which is the one that we looked at is on the franchise fee part owed to the county, but the other one is the contract compliance and whether the customer charges and billing are done properly in compliance with the contract provision on the waste management side to the customers. So that was Phase 2, but our audit finding revealed that the contract already has a provision of making the vendor responsible to pay for that type of audit every periodic basis. So there is a plan, that recommendation has been made and a plan is in place to revisit that based on that provision, so the county would not have to incur the cost of conducting the audit. The second one on our internal audits and review section that has been deferred is Laguna Seca. When that project was placed into the work plan, it was about a year and a half ago, and the situation has changed. So now with the change in the agreement and potentially new vendor coming on board, we have deferred that one. And on the external audit section side, we have listed 2 items, Greenfield Memorial District, which was requested by Supervisor Lopez, and we have done multiple follow-ups and attempts to connect with the district so that we could conduct this audit. So that is a quick status update, which will cover pretty much every item that was listed on our internal audit work plan.
Great. Thank you very much. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the public? Nobody in chambers coming forward? Nobody online? Okay. I think this is just to receive the report. Mr. Lam, thank you very much. It's good to have your expertise leading on these efforts and the work already done just on that waste management to recoup those almost $500,000 and another 133 to customer overages. I think showed just on this one alone, it really was fruitful. But I just want to say that these audits are important for good local government to make sure that when these different entities know that we have a mechanism to oversee and really bring in your expertise that we don't have, the public doesn't have, that really helps us, I think, have better procedures, but also making sure that these contracts and these districts are functioning the way they should be. And when I was in the legislature, I was a member of the Joint Legislative Audit Committee, and I saw how powerful that state audit was for a lot of our state agencies functioning in a similar manner now, you at the county level. So I just want to recognize the importance of this work. It's good for the public. It's good for good county government as well. If there's no
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to say on behalf of the County Administrative Office how much we appreciate Ms. Shaw and Mr. Lamb's work. We've worked closely with them, and we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. It's recognition well-deserved. Thank you to Ms. Rupa Shah, to your team. Thank you very much. If there's nothing further, then we will conclude this item. We will recess for lunch, and we will reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
Yeah.
So with the announcements and roll call. Okay, it is 1:30. We're going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. We will call for the roll by our clerk.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Let the record reflect that all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Ruth Askew, who is absent today. Thank you.
Thank you. She'll be here soon. Okay, we'll ask for the announcement of our Spanish interpreter, Diego Celis.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hable lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo pueda escuchar. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Okay, and we noted Supervisor Adams is missing. She'll be with us shortly, right? Okay. All right, we will go to item number 24 to introduce, waive first reading, and set November 28th, which is in 2 weeks at 10:30 as a date and time to consider adoption of an ordinance approving a military equipment use policy for the office of the sheriff pursuant to AB 481. So to present on this, we have our sheriff, Tina Nieto, Under Sheriff Keith Boyd, and Acting Chief Jason Smith to lead this presentation. Are they online? I assume so. Otherwise, we could go to the next item and come back to them.
Should be on now.
Okay. Sheriff, if you could unmute yourself and you could take it away.
Good afternoon. This is Jason Smith, Acting Chief. I'm going to try and share my screen here, and I'll get everything going.
Do you need anything on our side, Jason, to be able to have sharing ability? Okay, there you go.
I think I got it here. I apologize. Got it out of town trying to get this going here. Okay. With that, presentation for the use of the military equipment use policy as it requires for 2022's deployments. Assembly Bill 481 was authored to address the funding, acquisition, and use of the military equipment by law enforcement. It requires the Sheriff's Office to obtain the approval of the Board of Supervisors for its military equipment use policy through adoption of the policy and by the ordinance. AB 481, Sheriff's Office policy, must be posted on its website for 30 days prior to introduction and adoption of the ordinance. And then AB 481 also requires the Sheriff's Office to submit an annual report to this board regarding the use of the equipment, any complaints received, and other similar information. Our draft policy is posted on the Sheriff's website for viewing on 9/21 of this year. We did a public meeting announcement, was posted on social media on October 26th for review and comment. The public meeting was hosted by the Sheriff's Office. I hosted that on October 31st at 9 a.m. on the Cayenne Room at the county office buildings on Schilling Place. The equipment that's covered is drones, vehicles, breaching explosives, and non-deadly launchers and munitions, and the rifles that we deploy. Currently, we have 10 drones. They're used by patrol, heavily by search and rescue, tactical teams, and the bomb squad. As far as our vehicles, we currently have 8. We have 1 MRAP, mostly utilized for flood response and high water rescue, 5 Humvees, same with flood response and high water rescue, 2 pickup trucks that we utilize for response as well as just hauling equipment. And we hope to obtain a command and control vehicle in the future, not seeking additional county funding for that. Breaching explosives are used by the bomb squad and the tactical teams. Distractive devices and non-deadly munitions. We currently use a 40 millimeter launcher rounds, noise and light distraction devices, and a 12 gauge super sock round. Currently, the two style of rifles that we deploy for patrol and tactical teams, both Colt models. And these are the controlling policies that we governs this section. It covers the training, use of force, firearms, deadly response to calls, crisis response units, response to bomb calls, unmanned aerial system ops, as well as personal complaints and military use draft policy. In 2022, we did 9 warrant services, 1 outside assist, 7 training, 5 barricaded subjects, 1 missing person, 1 mission prep, and 1 suspect search, utilizing that equipment. As far as questions or complaints, Lexipol, it's governed by Lexipol Section 1020. It governs responding to complaints received from the community. Our 2023 annual report will be submitted to the board in May of 2024 to get ahead of it, and published on the sheriff's website and social media sites. Is there any questions I may be able to answer?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the first question I would have is just not on what equipment we already have, because we know that's already came under review under last year's plan, but any new equipment. And I know one that was mentioned was that command control vehicle. Could you elaborate more? What does that look like? I know you said you weren't asking for any county money, but how would the sheriff's department acquire that? What's the timeline, and what would it be used for?
That could be a trailer, could be a truck, something like that we could deploy during the, if we were to have to respond to the floods again, a fire, something like that. It provides us with essentially a mobile office space in the field. It has the computers set up in there, whiteboards, just to be organized in the field for deployment.
But then would it necessarily be military equipment?
No.
Okay, got it.
So, but Supervisor qualifies under the
qualifies
law.
under this. Okay, got it.
So we're required, and right now, like as indicated, this is a future item we're looking to procure as time permits. When we indicate there's no request for board funding, that down the road, when we're in a position to potentially purchase, we may have to come back to the board at that time. But right now, to meet the reality of the law, we have to present this as an item to the board. So it's foreknown that this is something we're looking for, and then we work through the process of actually funding it wherever we're in a position to actually do that.
Got it. Thank you for that clarity. So beyond that vehicle, anything else new that you're pursuing that wasn't part of last year's review?
We are looking at potentially obtaining what's called a Rook, is a mobile armored device. It's essentially like a tractor that has armor on the front, primarily used for when you could, if there was an armed person in a house, initially our response would be to set that up first and foremost to protect the public from anything that may come out of where that person might be. It could be used to recover things, reach higher platforms. And what is actually beneficial to something like that is our experience is when you can't fit a large truck in sometimes tight quarters, it's highly maneuverable because it's such a short platform, short wheelbase. It allows you to reach higher second stories, windows. But again, primarily it has a platform on the front that is designed to stop. It's a shield, basically.
Okay. Anything else?
That is it.
Okay. Great. And so those will come back to the board before a decision is made to fund those. So there'll be an additional opportunity for the public to comment on that, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's go to Supervisor Church.
I just have one question. You stated that there is 8, in your inventory, eight vehicles. When I look at,
Yeah.
I look at attachment B, which is an equipment inventory spreadsheet. I see the one MRAP you're talking about, the 5 Humvees, 2 pickup trucks, and then there's also quantity owned, which is, I believe, where you're saying you're seeking a Rook, but there's already one that says that you have. Is that just an error, or do you?
It must be an error, Supervisor. We do not have a Rook, no.
So, okay, so there is not an extra armored personnel carrier wheel vehicle with a breaching apparatus. That's where it says you have one. That is incorrect.
That would be the other one that's actually the non-military one that was a privately purchased is a Bearcat. And that is the one that we've had in our inventory for probably 10, 12 years.
Is that, you think, what's being misrepresented here, perhaps?
Yes, that is armor. Yes,
Right,
it
thank
is.
Anyone else from the board? Seeing no one else, let's go to the public now. Comments from the public will allow for 2 minutes. Thank you for waiting. We're coming back. Welcome back.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Peterson, and I strongly support this, which is a little unusual for somebody with my politics, but I'll explain why before I'm done, assuming my 2 minutes last 2 minutes. First of all, most of my experience in this area is based on one of two things. I was on the Salinas Police Community Advisory Committee for about 20 years and interacted with Salinas police a lot. And it's not a whole lot different, Salinas. I mean, they do different things, but they do the same things. And the second thing is, it's Veterans Day on Saturday. I was an armorer when I was in the Army, meaning I did first and second level repairs and unofficially third-level repairs on small arms. There is an overlap in the weapons I had under my control and the weapons used by Monterey County Sheriff. It's not exactly. And just a couple comments. First of all, the Salinas Command and Control vehicle is essentially an RV, including a restroom that the last I heard wasn't working, but that's been a while. And the second thing, when Mr. Smith references rifles, I really, really hope Monterey County Sheriff has moved on to M4 rifles rather than M16A1 or AR-15 for a very simple reason. M4 is the updated M16. M16s tend to jam and occasionally blow up. You really don't want an M16 that isn't perfectly clean. What really got me interested in this subject, a few years ago, my neighbor got murdered. It made the papers, 15-year-old North Salinas High School football player. And guy rode his bicycle up and killed him. And I heard the shots. It was not a good situation. When Salinas police tracked down their suspect and arrested him, they essentially took the Salinas military vehicle, which is actually a military surplus, not the same thing as an MRAP, and basically drove it in through the front door. Arrested the guy, no injuries to anyone.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone else in chambers? If not, we'll go to those online.
We have nobody on Zoom.
Okay, we'll bring this back to the board. This is introducing, waiving first reading, and then it'll come back again on November 28th at 10:30 a.m. There'll be additional time for the public to comment then on this item. But otherwise, we thank the Sheriff's Department for their presentation. And I think, so we need to have a motion on this.
So moved.
Yep, it's moved by Church. Is there a second by Adams? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, motion carries 4-0. Okay, thank you very much. That concludes item 24. We're now going to item 25. This is a similar introduction, waiving first reading and setting November 28th, 10:30 as a date and time to consider adoption of an ordinance, but this time it's relating to portions of our county code relating to point in use and point of entry water treatment systems and providing direction to staff as appropriate. We've heard this previously, so this is coming back to us again, and we'll come back to again once more at the end of the month.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Rick Encarnacion, Director of Environmental Health, Bureau Chief for the Environmental Health Bureau. With me today is Ms. Cheryl Sandoval, Supervising Environmental Specialist for our drinking water program, Water Systems Specialty. And also in the audience is Mr. Roger Van Horn, Supervising Environmental Specialist for our well program within drinking water. With you, we are here to present, again, point of use, point of entry ordinance amendment. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Sandoval.
Thank you. So on October 24th, 2023, Environmental Health introduced an ordinance restating portions of Chapter 1504 and 1506 of the County Code relating to point of use and point of entry treatment systems. The Board of Supervisors had questions regarding the ordinance and requested Environmental Health to make some changes. Today, Environmental Health is reintroducing the ordinances with some modifications and will also provide more details on resources available to help systems with the permitting process. The ordinance has been updated as follows. We have clarified that a mutual water system may delegate authority for installation, operation, maintenance, and sampling to each property owner. Each property owner would need to agree to be responsible for their own device and follow the treatment strategy and operation and maintenance plan. We also added an option for a water system to receive a permit for a point of entry or point of use, even if not all of the connections participate, although the system would not be able to be deemed fully compliant. It would be partially compliant. This opportunity would allow the connections on a system that have complied with the requirements to be recognized and have oversight provided by Environmental Health. It would also provide a pathway for a system to work towards full compliance with 100% participation. The benefits of having a point of use or point of entry program is that the consumers would have ready access to potable water. We would be there to help with the device selection. There would be increased confidence with the device because it would be under oversight with some testing and to make sure that the device is appropriate for that particular system. The system would be able to be deemed compliant with drinking water standards. And I just want to add that this program is not going to be mandatory for water systems. It just provides another option for compliance. This slide goes over the application process and the resources available. So I just want to emphasize that we already have most of the templates available, draft templates right now, and we would make these available to the water systems and help them complete the form. So we would really be able to hold their hand through the whole process. So with that, our recommendation today is to find that the adoption of this ordinance is categorically exempt per section 15301 and 15303 of the secret guidelines, and that there are no exemptions pursuant to section 15300.2. To introduce, waive first reading, and set November 28th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. as the date and time to consider adoption of an ordinance restating portions of Chapter 1504 and 1506 of the County Code relating to point of use and point of entry treatment devices, and to provide direction to the staff as appropriate. And with that, do you have any questions for us?
We'll go first to Supervisor Church. You had some questions on this last time. Want to make sure your questions have been addressed?
Yeah, I've had discussions with both Cheryl and Rick, and major ones have been addressed. I'll wait till after public comment before I have anything more to say.
Any other supervisors have any questions or comments so far? Okay, we'll go to the public then. We'll open this up, allow 2 minutes. If you could come to the podium, and we'll start with those in chambers and then go to those members of the public online. Thank you for waiting.
How do I turn this? Oh, it's on. My name is Ann Peden, and I've been a North County resident for 20 years now. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I stand here to express concern regarding the proposed county ordinance on POU/POE treatment systems for small water connections. This ordinance, spanning 16 pages and 5 years in the making, is up for consideration. While the intention behind ensuring compliance with state code is commendable, the complexity and length of this document are disproportionate to the simplicity of the task at hand, which is installing a filter under a kitchen sink. It should not take 16 pages to explain or govern such a straightforward solution. The excess in verbiage and regulation may not only confuse the very citizens it aims to serve, but also unnecessarily complicates the implementation process for small water system owners. Regulations are essential for maintaining public safety and health standards. However, when red tape becomes so convoluted that it deters participation or compliance, it defeats its purpose. What we need is clarity, brevity, and ease of understanding. An ordinance should empower our residents, not encumber them with pages of legalese that could be simplified. In our community, we must encourage sustainable and safe water practices. This can be done efficiently with a more concise ordinance focused on the critical actions they promote. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. We'll go to the next person.
My name's Marla Anderson. The version that you've provided is an improvement. However, it's still too complicated. One way that it can be simplified is to allow all property owners to provide an annual water sample on or near the date of water system permit renewal rather than a staggered quarterly testing, which increases the time for a manager and even the county to administer by 4 times. It's once a year should be fine. Once a year is all that's required for property owners who are seeking to put in a ADU. We should not have to do any procedure that's any more complicated than what the county has come up with for ADUs. That's makes no sense to me. Ms. Sandoval has talked about various kinds of procedures that they're writing up that are more simplified. We have not seen those procedures. The ordinance without those written procedures is very vague about what is being required. So I feel that we need to see those procedures ahead of time, ahead of the second reading. And we would actually like to be involved in helping shape those procedures. Last point is that 100 compliance for the property owner installed POUs is also still going to continue to be a problem, and I would suggest 75% compliance as being reasonable. We want a path to compliance. We do not want to just enable the county governmental authorities to have a lot of regulations to deal with selective water systems. We want compliant, a workable ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to the next person.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Saling. I'm a resident of Prunedale on a small water system with 4 connections. I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors and the Environmental Health Department for making an effort to help meet the standards we need for small water systems. I still have reservations with whether or not we need such a restrictive ordinance. Record keeping by the system manager can be very overwhelming, and we really don't know how difficult it can be because of the verbiage in the ordinance and no real idea what that takes. We need clarity. To the option to be independent of the system and be 100% compliance per unit, that's a great thing. I'm beginning to feel as though the ordinance may be a workable thing if we work out some of the details that need to be worked out. We need to be involved in that process. The option for an individual property owner to have their own POU devices installed in their own home is a very good thing. It shouldn't be difficult to install a filter under a sink, maintain the device, and have the water tested and provided the results to the health department. If we can simplify the application, maintenance, and certification process for these POUs, then we may have made some great progress. Let's just keep working on it so it meets the needs of the community, of all the communities that are being affected by water contaminants. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in chambers? Going once, going twice. Let's go to those online.
Online, we have Brett Malone.
Yes, thank you. Hello, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Brett Malone, and I am the president of the Oak Heights Water and Road Company. We're a state small water system located in Prunedale, and so the proposed ordinance will not directly affect our system, but the topic of POU, POE certainly will, and we're an interested party in this debate. Personally, I've had a reverse osmosis system under my sink for over 10 years as a reasonable solution to addressing the water quality issue that we have in our system, which is nitrate exceedances. And we are fortunate to have recently been approved for a grant through the State Water Board to look at options for addressing that issue that we have. And I do appreciate Supervisor Church and the whole board and environmental health staff on finding ways to simplify and make this program more accessible. One question that I have is there an example of a community that has used the POU, POE approach successfully? And could that be a way to allay some of the concerns that have been shared today? Our system, Oak Heights Water and Road Company, is under a compliance order. And we are looking at POU, POE as a temporary solution while we look for a long-term solution. But we're really concerned about the water supply and quality issues in North Monterey County, and I really urge the board to look at this holistically. It's going to be really challenging to ensure that there is adequate quantity and quality of drinking water in North Monterey County without looking at solutions that address the needs of all the systems in the county. And thank you for the opportunity to address you.
All right, next person. That is all. Last call for public comments on this item. Okay, we'll bring this back to the board for discussion or a motion. Yes, Supervisor Church.
I just want to thank environmental health here for looking into. Make this microphone a little closer here. That might work. To looking at some of the concerns they had. Obviously, the 100% compliance was an issue. To make these systems successful, they need wide use, and that was a stumbling block. I think we've found a way to go around that by allowing some individuals to be certified as such. So that is a very good step into there. The other issue, of course, was some concern about the self-certification and getting that in place, because there was some concern from the community that I had, where neighbors would be coming in and would having to be doing the certification, and so I'm glad to see that being addressed as well too. Those are two big steps onto it. I did notice in the changes that allow the self-certification, I think that's 15.06.070D, that for the self-certification to be utilized in the system, it appears to be 100% compliance to do that. And I would hope maybe that could be changed. In particular, what I'm referring to is that that's only, a self-certification is only allowed if it's agreed on by each property owner, which I assume is each property owner in the water system. Maybe get a little clarification on that, because again, I just want to make it as easy as possible for people to really utilize these treatments. I do share concerns we've heard from the public about the complexity and trying to make this as simple as possible. I know you're working on sort of a checklist, the application form. it might be good to share that with some of those people that are interested into this and try to get their input so that can be made as simple as possible. Because again, we want to make this as simple as possible for a lot of folks who are working people, paying mortgages, they have kids, they don't have a lot of time, and this 16 pages is a lot to sort through. And I know I know we can find some common ground there to get this in place. It's necessary. So, that's really my only comments at this point. Maybe there are other board members have some.
Anyone else? Supervisor Lopez, Adams? Are we ready to move forward with this will be set for November 28th as the date and time to consider adoption of the ordinance?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second that. On the condition, I think that some of the concerns we've had here and that are going to be addressed. And I believe, knowing your openness and your willingness to try to come up with solutions, that would be definitely the case. So yes.
And with the direction to keep working on that form to make it a simple checklist to make it as user-friendly to the public as possible, right?
Will do.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Adams.
would there be an opportunity for the public to interact with you as you're working through so that some of the concerns that they have will be addressed to ensure that it, is meeting what it is that they have been requesting?
Yes, through the chair, yes. We are always open to receiving comment and interacting with the public to make make this workable, simplified, and get it off the ground and get going.
I think that's what we all want. Thank you.
Be very happy to have that communication, through my office if necessary, since 2/3 of the systems are basically in my district. So,
yes.
Perfect.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for that. Okay, there's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against, motion carries 4-0 unanimously, and the public will have an opportunity to speak again in 2 weeks from now on this item. Okay, we'll go to item number 26 now, to authorize the auditor controller to amend the budget to increase appropriations as specified regarding level 3 electric fast chargers at the county libraries in Castroville, Greenfield, and San Lucas. So here to present on this today, we have a presentation from Cora Ponterod, Sustainability Program Analyst. I think she's joining us online.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
If you could speak a little louder, just so you could sound more clear. Thank you.
Perfect. All right, let's get my screen up and running for you. Okay, how's this for your volume check?
Yes, better. Thank you.
All right, well, I have a very brief presentation for you today, and I'm happy to go ahead and kick this off and get started. So today I'm here to discuss the Rural Electric Vehicle Program. That is a grant that we have received already and has been to the board. So as a quick background, we're going to go through a bit of an introduction, background on the grants and status up until this point. We're going to address the funding gap discussion that we are here for today, explain the titles that is before the board, and then have a brief conclusion. So for some quick background, this is a grant that was awarded from the California Energy Commission to FreeWire Technologies, Inc., and they are a partner as the main applicants for this grant. The county is a site host. So we volunteered 3 library sites at Castroville, Greenfield, and San Lucas. And this project did go through the budget committee, and then the board approved the implementation of this project on June 27th of this year. So for the remaining timeline of this project, hello, everyone. For the remaining timeline of this project, we are expected to issue a purchase order for the goods, so the actual hardware, by the end of this month. And then the infrastructure upgrades and final installation, we estimate will be complete by the end of summer 2024, not 2023. So this is the boost charger and the final product of what will be installed at the libraries. It is a level 3 fast charger with a built-in battery storage. It can charge 2 electric vehicles at a time and has charging speeds of up to 100 miles in 10 minutes. So this is really great for our rural residents, and we're excited to add this infrastructure into these rural locations at our libraries. now addressing the funding gap, that is the main topic of discussion. On the right, this is from the attachment A, which is the project budgets for this item. And you can see on the top from current financing that there is the funds that were appropriated into the CAO's budgets of $534,000 when the grant was awarded. And there's also funding in the Capital Project Fund 404 that was appropriated through the capital improvements plan to do the infrastructure work for this project. And that totals $385,000. So this brings our total current financing to $919,000. And there is a gap between this cost for a couple different reasons and what we are looking for. So the total expenses at the bottom is $1,023,000. The main driver for this discrepancy is that there were different estimates for the infrastructure upgrades that the engineering team at FreeWire provided compared to what our project manager and team at Public Works Facilities and Parks came up with. Part of this is because FreeWire's technology is engineered to reduce some of this infrastructure cost, and our public work folks, they have more experience directly with these 3 sites, and they have more experience working through the job order contracting process, and those prices can be a bit higher than going through an RFP or a bid process. So we wanted to make sure that we stuck with the expertise of our in-house experts over at PWFP, and that we kept the $385,000 for our infrastructure upgrades whole, and then that we came back to the board to request the additional funding to make the purchase order and start getting the hardware necessary for this project. The other cost drivers include increased shipping costs. This was a proposal that was originally made at the end of September of 2022. So shipping costs have increased since then. And then there's also some equipment that we need, so level 2 charging equipment that is part of the grants application, and storage fees that are also adders to the cost. And then because there are not plans in place, we're going with a 35% contingency for this additional appropriations. And this is the standard number that PWFP uses when there are not plans in place. So this is also factored into the budget that we are here for today. So going through the titles for this item, the first 3 of these titles are going, or the first 3 paragraphs are using appropriations from the cannabis funds and transferring that over to make up this budget shortfall and the amount of $103,000, $136. And then paragraph D is combining the budgets from the CAO sustainability program budgets into the Fund 404 budget so that we can have one place for our project manager to pull from so that we don't have any shortfalls, and it makes accounting easier on that end of things. So those are the titles that you have before you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. We'll open up for questions or comments from the board. Supervisor Church.
Sure. My only questions on this is parking at these facilities. Castroville I know well because my office is there. There's parking all the way around the library and 4 sides. There's no shortage. I'm not sure about Greenfield and San Lucas, if they have that kind of parking as much available. And as we go ahead and we start putting a lot of these in, and having been on AMBAG here and had a discussion with this a few months ago, seeing that the Tri-County area needs about 10,000 charging units here in the next 10 years, I know we need to get a lot of these up, and I'm just concerned they're going to take some parking away. My concern with libraries is access for people to get into libraries. So I don't know the area. Supervisor Lopez, I know, probably knows a little better than me.
Yeah, no concerns at both those locations, having been to both of them in the last week. They have plenty of parking. In fact, I'd say it's underutilized. It's funny to say that because San Lucas probably only has 4 or 5 slots total, but people walk there. Right now that we've put in those sidewalks, it's a walking community, and people enjoy walking there and getting that exercise. So I'd say we wouldn't lose out by putting these in. In fact, we would just draw more people into those communities to discover them for themselves.
So just through the chair, if there's only 4 or 5 parking, and then there's 3 that would be set aside for this, is there a possibility adding a couple other more parking and just so.
There is more on the street, but I'm
I
saying
got
there's like this dedicated off-street parking that is, yeah, for the facility, but there's wraparound parking all around the facility as well.
Supervisor Adams?
Two things. One is we are absolutely limited to Castroville, Greenfield, and San Lucas as far as the locations go.
That is correct. So these sites were chosen based off the tool from the grantee to decide like what would be a rural project, and this is from the Department of Agriculture. So we are limited to these locations, and at this stage we are definitely limited because this has already been approved by the California Energy Commission. So there's no changing these sites at this time unless there was something technically infeasible that we could go back and appeal the Energy Commission for.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question, if you could go to your budget sheet, if that's a possibility.
Happily. Let me share my screen again.
There
we go.
Yes, thank you. I just keep thinking that technology is emerging so quickly in this field. I wonder whether or not we really want to invest in a warranty extension for 5 years for the $53,000. Since things could change so dramatically, would we want to even be, sort of locked into that? I mean, it would cut the deficit in half were we to revisit that. Is there any thought given to that or discussion given to that when this was pulled together?
Yes, Supervisor. So the extension for a warranty to be 5 years instead of 3 years was originally seen as a plus to this project because it alleviates some of the pressure to perform our own maintenance costs on the charger. And it gives us a little bit more time to figure out the county framework of how we're going to roll out EV charging stations across the county and also build up our in-house maintenance capabilities. So we could reduce this back to 3 years and move forward in that manner technically, but there are pros and cons of doing that.
Okay, as long as it had been weighed, I think that's what was important. You might want to think about it a little bit more. Thanks.
Thank you. And the only comment I would have was, I think, to Supervisor Adams' point, it's like, this is not the end all. We know that there's a lot of other areas in Monterey County that need electric vehicle, especially the rapid charging type infrastructure. So this, I thank Cora for her work to get these disadvantaged communities, these charging stations. I know this would be the first for San Lucas. I don't know how many they have in Greenfield, but probably not a lot. And I'm sure there's not a lot in Castro. So these are communities of color, working class communities that deserve to having this infrastructure made there to facilitate those families to be, and the commuters obviously that pass by, to be able to have easy access to a fast charging station. I know there's some other areas. I know, like in Pajaro, there's an electric vehicle program, ride-sharing program coming, but there is no charging station at all in Pajaro. So I know that's another disadvantaged community that needs it. So I hope that, Cora, with your help, that we could keep looking for those grant opportunities. As the state has made a big commitment towards this, and so has the President and Congress, to provide states with more resources to build out more fast EV charging infrastructure. I think it's imperative, considering the goal that you mentioned, that new gas-powered vehicles will be no longer sold after 2035. So I want to be supportive of this. I think for the work that we have, but we know that costs for installing any type of new infrastructure or construction just goes above whatever the original expected price was projected at the beginning. Let me ask for any comments from the public on this item number 26. Anybody in chambers? Anybody online?
I have nobody on Zoom.
Okay, there's no public comment, so then we'll bring this back for a motion. Supervisor Lopez.
Happy to make the motion, but also just to state my appreciation and support for this important project. As you talked about, Mr. Chair, it's not just about producing chargers, but where we place them as well.
Yep.
And one of the things that folks miss sometimes in the conversation that's important to me is this is an economic opportunity for our communities. We have some chargers in Greenfield, but they're Tesla branded, Tesla priority, and they're right on 101. You don't get into the community. This location will draw people into the heart of Greenfield, and they're going to see the library and see what an important fixture it is for the community. And on that 4-way intersection, right, you've got a really nice, important little restaurant called Rinconcito in town. Across the street is a store called Jasmine's, which is not my wife's, just the same name.
You sure?
And a small, I'm positive. And I'm not a juggling clown either, despite what you might read on some agendas. Names can be a thing for me. But it's important to draw people in to discover our communities, and I think these locations do that very thing, especially for the community of San Lucas that we know often goes completely unseen, and I'm sure the same for North County. So I'm excited to make the motion and to support this project.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. I do.
I won't turn off. You want to come here?
Hey, oh, here it is. It's on now. Okay. So I was kind of.
I think Vicenti's fooling around with our mics down there.
Yeah. I just, wanted to second that, but a little bit wanted to follow up on Supervisor Adams's comments there about warranty. How long are these systems supposed to last? Cora, could we have that? Could I have an answer to that?
Yes, so this system is, the useful life is supposed to be for 10 years is the minimum, but I imagine that it's going to be functioning a lot more than that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Thank you, Cora, for your hard work. Please help us keep making progress in this area on EV infrastructure. So with that, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, the motion carries unanimously 4-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor.
We're going to go to other board matters. We're about towards the end of the meeting. We'll start with CAO comments, and today we are honored to have Nick Chulos sit in for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No CAO comment today.
Okay, all right. So then we do have a readout of, this is the first readout of 2 new referrals on item 28, so we'll go to that.
Yes, we do have 2 referrals, both from Supervisor Church. The first one is regarding penalties for littering and dumping in Monterey County, especially parallel to San Benito County, or at least aligning the fee structure with San Benito County. That one is going to be assigned to Elsa Jimenez at the Health Department. And the other one has to do with amending the policy for appointment of board members to non-county entities. And and that one will be handled by myself and county council. And both of these items would come back to you on November 28th, given the calendar for the board meetings over the next few weeks.
Yeah, and then my question to Supervisor Church on the second one, the non-county, I read the referral, but it only said amending it. It didn't say, like, give direction to staff about what you were thinking in terms of amending that process, so.
Yeah, we kind of laid it out there on what the process would be. It's more of a selection process by individual supervisors and a rotating process that would start with the chair, then go on from there to every year. So it'd be whoever's chair 1 year, then the next numerical order would be the next choice, and it'd be sort of a selection process going around into there. It's something I brought up last year a little bit before I got onto the board on an idea here. So I just want to kind of throw it out as trying to make it a little more of an equitable situation, a little more effective, perhaps drawing upon so all supervisors have a way to get into committees and perhaps find what they're appropriate for their districts and their abilities would be in that way. Roughly that's it, but it is laid out a little bit in detail onto here. I did have some discussion with county council about it, and then wrote up some comments on that as well, but it's not included.
Okay, I look forward to getting more on that when it comes back to us in 2 weeks.
On the first one, if I could just make a brief comment on there, just I became aware that our fines for littering are only like $100 to $500. San Benito County is going to the maximum that the state is allowing, which is up to $10,000. And I figure if we want to be serious, we might as well really be serious, and that's where we're trying to piggyback onto.
Okay, any comments? Oh, Supervisor Adams, and then we'll go to public comment.
Yes, I did want to ask, or comment, I should say, on the appointments for the non-county boards. Did you have an opportunity to look at the new process that was proposed and voted on by this board to put in place for the county committee assignments?
Yeah, I did, and I didn't want to, I mean, that is just in its first year, and I don't want to let that play out, and that's why I was proposing this here, and I don't know if either one will work in the long term, or if they both will work in the long term, or if one will be better than the other. My only concern with the way we do it for the county is standing committees, for the board standing committees, excuse me, is that it doesn't rotate around very well. For example, for my, I rarely will be on a committee with supervisors from District 4 or 5, and I think that applies also to other supervisors. It just isn't. It needs some tweaking, I think. So that's why I'm looking at something different.
For the non-county?
Yeah, for the standing committees. Yeah. Well, I mean, different from, that's why I'm proposing something different for the non-county. Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Got it now. Thank you very much.
All right. Any comments from the public on this item, on non-county, or on either of these two new referrals? This will come back to us in a couple weeks.
I just have a question on the littering thing. How many convictions do we get for littering in a year? It doesn't seem to me that there would be a whole lot of them. And conviction, I know, is difficult. So if you know that, I'd appreciate an answer. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe when this comes back to us, we could have staff provide some more detail for the public. Not necessarily conviction, if there could be administrative fines, right, and infractions, so it might not be on the criminal side. Any other public comments on the first readout of these two referrals? Nobody online?
On Zoom, we have Milpa Collective.
Okay. Go to that.
Hello. Okay, I think I'm on.
You're on.
Buenas tardes, Chair and Board. Yeah, I was just, this is an interesting topic, the littering, because we've had those conversations, especially after the flood, and having these conversations with people, that they strongly also feel like, man, like, what do we do, for folks to, just to curb the trash or the muebles, being thrown out. And I don't think that having being punitive around it, right? Being punitive, right? It's like, it's not a solution, it's not really a solution to curb that littering, people do it for many different reasons, some people are lazy, some people don't have access, some people just don't have any, it's like whatever it is, I think having some type of solution where, I don't know, is there like a free pickup day or something, having some trash bins placed in these areas where, an example is the Murphy Crossing, right? That little area where the bridge is at, so I just came up and I just been listening, and I think there is a solution to be explored here, besides just having penalties for folks, penalties, be it that it goes through, but what is the solution? How do we incentivize people to actually get rid of the things that they don't need properly, So that's my only comment, and I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public?
Nobody else on Zoom.
Okay. See no further public comment. We will close that. And this is only just for a first readout, but I would invite Milpa, or members of the public, to join us in 2 weeks on this item. I would just say that there always needs to be a balance, right? That if fines haven't been updated in quite some time, there needs to be a deterrent effect, so they're meaningful. And just to respond, there is those free waste events with Republic. I know the City of Salinas just did one, and they do them throughout the county, waste management, where the public on certain days gets to come and dump free throughout certain
unincorporated areas of Monterey County, and including the city. Salinas was, I think, just last week. So there's those events that are made. Supervisor Lopez?
Yeah, I just want to speak on this. Obviously, it's a passion issue for me. For those of you who didn't see the commercial going around, I recently was featured in a commercial about illegal dumping on Old Stage Road. I agree with you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate this referral coming forward. I do think it's about balance. We do the education side with, I've recently spent hours recording not just that video, but several other videos that are out on social media in English and Spanish for the community. We do free bulk pickup, which is part of the contract with Waste Management. Anybody can call and have those large items picked up from the front of their home. And we do the free cleanup in every single one of our communities every single year to make that available to our communities. Some of the challenges are the cost of disposal at certain sites, and I get that piece, but we've tried to offset that with some of the other opportunities. But I think we've done enough to ameliorate those concerns, and it's time to focus on making sure that our approach is balanced. There is for anybody who's curious, there's a site that the health department has up where they take pictures of what these dump sites look at. We cannot apologize and allow that to continue given the harm that it has on our environment and our living standard in our communities, the way it attracts pests to our communities. We have to continue the education side, but I agree, implement perhaps stricter fines on the other side to balance that approach. But thank you, and look forward to getting additional information on this referral.
Thank you. Anything further? Seeing none? Okay, we will bring this back in a couple weeks. But certainly important to keep our county beautiful as the place we live in. And I think all the residents, don't like to see when people disregard their neighbors by just dumping when there's a lot of better options that are free and available to them. Okay, going to board comments now. So let's go to board comments. We can start with District 2, start on this side today. If you're ready, we can jump this way.
Funny, I hadn't even thought about my board comments. Let's see. Well, tonight there is a meeting in Los Lomas for the Bajo County Sanitation District about the discussion on the new rates and some of the financial challenges that are facing there. Next week, next Wednesday? No, this Wednesday. Yep, there we go. Got my dates right now. This is what happens when you don't have your thoughts all planned. And this Wednesday, I'm having my last town hall of the year in Moss Landing. Done about 10 of these in different communities around. Last one in Aromas had about 80 people, which was really great. So now we're finishing up in Moss Landing. And I just hope to see people out on Saturday on Veterans Day. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Go to Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to wish all of our veterans a happy Veterans Day heading into this weekend and share a few updates. One, we had a community meeting last week, a listening session in Chular that went extremely well. We had about 45 attendees. I want to especially thank the folks from TAMC who came, the folks from the fire department, their MCRFD, as well as our sheriff's department, who had some great interaction with the community to focus on their two key concerns, which were community lighting and patrols, but then also the hope that they have to get a camera system like is present in some of our South County cities, including King City, installed in the small community of Chular. And so want to put that out there and thank the sheriff and her department for showing up and being part of that important community meeting. I'll share that next Monday we will be in Spreckles holding the same, where we expect the focus to be on traffic, as is usually the case in Spreckles, but invite the public out to join us next Monday evening there at the Memorial Hall. I also just wanted to share that I had the opportunity to take part in something that was altering. It changed my brain chemistry to a degree, spending time in Soledad last Friday with families who were being reunified in some instances after up to 30 years of being separated by our broken immigration system and flawed policies. And standing there and watching a mother embrace her son for the first time in 30 years after him leaving home at 14 in order to seek a better life, just showed me how flawed the system was. And to watch that man say mom in a way that my son says mom to his mother, it shook me. And just want to thank Casas Guanajuato, the nonprofit that makes those reunifications possible, through the deployment of some unique visas that are only available to families in these particular circumstances, and making sure that those families are reunified. One of the mothers passed away a week before being able to come out, but the father was able to come still, and to have that family, give that family the opportunity to grieve together was something special. And so I want to thank Casas Guanajuato for the work that they do, and I want to thank the Lopez family of GTO Enterprises and Soledad for all that they do for these families who came from as far away as Stockton to take benefit of this opportunity. It was something that I'll never forget, and I know they do them every couple of years, and there were 20 families reunified that day. And so I just wanted to take a moment this afternoon to appreciate them and what they do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. And Supervisor Lopez, thank you for sharing that. You know, you just left me with goosebumps over the significance of the impact that it had on you, truthfully. Going on to another tone, tomorrow is going to be a very busy day in District 5. We're going to, number one there is the Monterey County Hospitality Employee Appreciation Luncheon. I think many of us attend that, which is a wonderful opportunity for people within the hospitality industry to stop for just a minute and really appreciate all of the hard work that so many people do to provide services to many people in the hospitality industry and the visitors who come here. We also are, there will also be a very important ceremony taking place at the Rana Creek Ranch. Now that the Wildlands Conservancy has acquired that ranch, there's going to be a Esalen Indian presentation and ceremony there. And there's also the unveiling ceremony of the dedication mural in downtown Monterey. So it's quite the day. The Monterey Bay Half Marathon weekend is almost here. It starts on Friday with the expo down at the Convention Conference Center in Monterey. And, you know, even if you're not a runner or a walker or involved with activities in this regard, going down to the expo is really a wonderful experience because they have sort of the cutting edge and the newest things available for exercise, whether it's something to keep you from hurting or something to help you once you've been hurt, or a jacket to wear. But it's a great event to get to, and just seeing all the runners coming in, getting their T-shirts, is pretty exciting. So on Saturday, they have the By the Bay, the 3K and the Pacific Grove Lighthouse 5K. And then on Sunday is the half marathon starting at down near Lake El Estero and going down to Asilomar and back. It's really wonderful. And I just appreciate so much all of the volunteers who come out and work on that through the Big Sur International Marathon. It makes a really big difference, and that's really a very special kind of thing. Sunday is the Italian Heritage Dinner, honoring residents of Italian descent for their community contributions to our communities. And then, Chris, I had an experience as well. It wasn't quite as moving as yours in many different ways. But this past weekend, I had the opportunity to ride on the Western Flyer, the boat that John Steinbeck and Dr. Ed Ricketts took from Monterey down to the Sea of Cortez, collecting specimens for Doc Ricketts' labs and studies. To be on that boat that they were on was just an absolutely thrilling circumstance, just thrilling. We came from Moss Landing and we came into Monterey. I felt like I was on like a battleship in World War II. The number 2 wharf was just packed with people, and then the number 1 wharf was equally packed. People were cheering, and it was such a thrilling, exciting time to have this significant relic that has been so beautifully restored by a man named John Gregg, who just deserves so much appreciation from all of us and from the Western Flyer Foundation. It was a wonderful experience. I think at this point the boat will be moored over in Moss Landing, and I think there's some question about where exactly will it end up being, but I'll tell you, it was magnificent to be able to participate in that. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people came out to welcome back the Western Flyer and the memories of John Steinbeck and Doc Ricketts. And Supervisor Alejo came down as well. We had a little presentation. We had a countywide certificate that we presented, and it was, lots of music, lots of fun, and lots of excitement. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Adams. And it was a great celebration, a great turnout from the community, and it was important to be there representing the hometown of John Steinbeck, to be there on the Monterey Wharf, because John Steinbeck was such a prolific writer, but a great contributor to the history, local history of our community, and it is inspiration. And they did a beautiful job restoring that boat. So congrats, my hats off to all those sponsors and the people who had that vision. For the public, we won't have a meeting for the next 2 weeks. We won't return till after Thanksgiving. Next week, many of us are at the California State Association of Counties Conference in Oakland. That's why we had to cancel next week's meeting. Then it's Thanksgiving. So our next meeting will be on November 28th. One event I forgot to mention earlier was the Veterans Day event here in Salinas at the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Park on 855 East Laurel Drive. That's going to be at 11 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. And then the parade is in the afternoon, starting at 1 o'clock at Salinas High School. So I did also want to just thank all the veterans for the Veterans Day dinner. It was important. It's one of the best ceremonies for the honorees, especially the fact that it's in front of other fellow veterans and many who were former recipients. So I want to really thank everybody who came out and who organized that event. Last thing I want to wish, this because we won't meet again before Thanksgiving, I want to wish all our county family a happy Thanksgiving. Hopefully everybody has a good time with their family. Encourage our county family to volunteer if they can somewhere to help those in need in our community. I know my staff volunteer every year at Dorothy's Kitchen, so we will do that again before Thanksgiving. I want to wish my chief of staff, Linda Gonzalez, wish her a speedy recovery. She's been sick. She's been out sick this week. And I think that's all my comments for today. We'll go to a closed session by County Council for both the Board of Supervisors and the Water Resources Agency.
No reportable action for either.
All right, Supervisor Adams.
I was just thinking about this. You said something that just reminded me. We lost a really important military leader just about 2 weeks ago, a man named General Michael Carnes, who had been born on Monterey Peninsula and raised here. When you mentioned Dorothy's, I remember going down with him and his wife and my husband to serve the people at Dorothy's place a few Thanksgivings ago. He was a significant person. He had 2 children who also entered the military, and he led so many troops. He was a 4-star general rose to be a 4-star general in the Air Force, and held significant positions throughout Desert Storm particularly. He was partnered with Schwarzkopf. Michael Carnes was the one who was on television, and Schwarzkopf was in the field. But I was just thinking perhaps it would be appropriate if at this meeting we adjourn in honor of all of the veterans who have gone before us, and we can carry them in our hearts, and particularly for General Michael Carnes.
We would certainly adjourn today in his memory in light of our Veterans Day. One last person I want to adjourn in memory from, I just got news from former Supervisor John Phillips, is Carol Calcagno, who just passed away as well. As we know, Lou Calcagno just left us, I believe, in late August. She just passed away, I think, yesterday, today. And they were high school sweethearts, and they had taken over the Moonglow Dairy back on May 1960. So we want to adjourn in her memory today as well. And my condolences to the Calcagno family, to all the family and friends. We adjourn in her memory as well. With that, thank you very much, everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving.